previously during the investigation.
So, you want to find out everything there is to know about Diane?
Agent York, Nick is leaving the bar.
Wait! She's still alive.
Stop right there, Nick. You're under arrest for the attempted murder of Diane Ames. Emily, hurry!
You saved my life.
No need to thank me for that. I'm pretty useless. I couldn't save Becky. I couldn't save Diane.
All right, here we have it, guys. We're gonna go ahead and try a few things different here.
Zach, that means we need to head for the sheriff's department.
This is exactly where we left off, guys. Just with a different outfit. Holy hey. Hey, you know. Okay. This is exactly where we left off, so that way we're not skipping the whole chapter, guys. We literally skipped so much. I don't even know what was going on, so it's gonna play where we left off, guys. All right. My internet went off. Sorry about that, guys. Internet like me, derp, and I don't know why. Hey, I don't know why. I didn't make the one I cried. Problem though, it's gonna crash my game when I do this. Let me try something here. Can I turn the music off in the car? Okay, well, let's go ahead and get to our objective here. Wow. We got a long way to go, guys. Wait, are we doing a graveyard mission again? Oh, these glitches we're getting. You guys see these glitches? This one, the objective's a little bit different. Always goes pretty fast. Oh wait, there's a gun store. Hold on. Check my inventory real quick. Alright, we got the shotgun. continue on where we left off. Just got to get to our objective here real quick. Man. That's creepy. Ugh. Lit. Okay.
Jack, here's the Ben Franklin you wanted.
Give it to me.
Wow. Okay. So, what information am I getting here? Jack at the Evelyn Hill gas $1 bills. Hey, y'all. However, if you give him more than 1,000, they'll supposedly give you some big info. Okay.
Hey there, Benjamin. I wanted to talk to you. Have you heard this yet? I'll tell you another one when I see you again.
What about the dart gun? Like an axe with it. Sounds
Zach,
like.
did you see that? It was as if we weren't here.
I wonder what that was all about.
Did it make sense to you?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, so you hear the music that's in the car right now. Okay, so we got that going. I'm gonna grab this with the car. I grab this with a car too, or do I have to? Oh, I gotta get out and grab it, really? Ooh, Jay. Yeah, it's a pretty cool game. But the only thing about this game though is the amount of bugs and glitches I've been encountering a lot. A lot of troubleshooting. I just recently got this game to work. I was having issues where the car would do a lot of like tire screeching. My game would crash. You name it, we've been through it. Trust me. We you know. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead. Pretty much, I'm playing as a FIB. Look at me. FBI, and we're in this town right now trying to solve a murder case, which tends to keep leading into another murder case. I like this car. This car is much faster, guys, than the other one. There's a lot of houses around here. Alright, here we go. We're almost there. This is the diner. Hold on, I'm gonna save the game first though before we do anything, guys. Okay, here we go. All right, so we're gonna Oh, there we go. I was about to say, I can't save the game? What? Alright, we're gonna save it real quick. Okay, game is saved, and our objective is actually right over here, so why not just go for this? This is the Sheriff's Department. Go here and get the files, I remember now.
Can there really be documents here that the FBI doesn't even have? What do you think, Zach?
York! I told you! That's nothing more than local folklore.
Harry said that he was there.
The Raincoat Killer is a phantom, made up to scare children long ago. I can't believe you fell for that from Harry, of all people.
I agree with George. Harry likes to play with people. Play with their minds, too.
George, Emily. Of course I don't believe him word for word. But you won't mind if I at least try to confirm that he's wrong, will you?
Well then, can you look for the files by yourself? I'm still looking for Thomas.
Very well.
Emily, open the filing room for him.
They're here too, Zach. This might mean we're getting warmer to what we need.
Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on. Okay. Alright, here we go. So there's a bunch of doors here that seems like it's going to be locked. So I'm glad that we actually went back a chapter, guys, because I did not want to miss all this. So I found out now that we can crouch, and I just found out that we can aim and actually, like, lock on the targets. Easier than what it was when we were playing. I feel like headshots don't even matter in this game. Uh-oh.
Too much noise. We're still missing a vital piece of the puzzle.
Okay. What's that vital piece? Three things. Okay, so there might be some things in here then. Absolutely nothing. Take the toolkit. We'll definitely take that, or a med kit. We'll take that. Put that thingy. Oh, what the? Was one shot if I lock on? But headshots don't matter in this game. Bogus. Oh, that zombie just came out of nowhere, and that thing kind of made me jump a little bit. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, well, we'll take the 10mm bullets. Okay, let's go ahead and grab the red piece here. Someone remove something, right? Huh. We got a broken safe? Uh-oh. Okay, so this room is done. We got a couple doors. Like neither was the other one. I feel like we should go to the other one first. I didn't know we can do. Oh, glad we came in this room. Okay, so suitcase. Alright, let's save it up real quick. Since we did save it. A few things I want to do. First of all, make the game the way it was. Oh, money rewards times 3? Oh no. Ow. Boom, boom.
Previously.
Alright, we should be okay now, guys. We're loading into the other world. Alright, let's get going. Alright, let's move on to this one. Seriously? Get over me! What the hell am I doing? Wow. Come on. Oh my god, why is it moving like that? Wow. Why was my health so low? What the? Did the game just get harder? Hold on, grab the shotgun shells. Let's pull back, guys. I think we got plenty of med kits, so I'm not worrying about it. Oh my god. Just killed all 3 of them? I've never been this wounded in a game. Yeah, Jenga's different. It's a, it's like a separate, cooldown to it. Wow. Oh! I'm almost dead. first of all, we're gonna use an item here, guys. Give me a second. Medium med kit. That one just keeps coming alive. Oh, what the? Oh! What the hell's wrong with you, bro? Don't grab a man around the waist like that. Alright, that's it. I'm out of here. And of course it's locked. Okay, this is crazy. So there's a different door we need to go through, guys. This one. I like how it like shoots from a distance. Like that's crazy. Shotgun's pretty good. Ah! Oh, what the? Gah! Yo, these enemies got hard or something? Okay, grab the items we need here, guys. Yeah, it shoots all of them. These like cops are all Thomases, right? Gotta be this. Okay, so we're taking this one to the toolbar. That's a large med kit. Okay, yeah, we don't need... Honestly, let's save bullets on that. Go with the SMG here, guys. Actually, you know what I think about it? I think this is the police station. Yeah, it all unlocks, but I can use less bullets. I'm gonna manual aim here.
Bullseye, bullseye, bullseye.
I use less bullets that way. Alright, we're getting those 10mm rounds, guys, which is good. I believe that's the handgun. There's a file here. I believe. Ooh, look at that. You got drops of water. I feel bad because we skipped ahead, so I think I know what this is. This is where we figure out that it's at the pond. Okay, so that means that one is a grab, so we're ready to get out of here. Ooh. Gotta get me, lady, didn't you?
Amazing.
Yeah, we use way much less bullets that way. No, let go, let go. Oh gosh, she almost got me.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
Okay, let's grab this. Grab this. Alright, that's gonna be shotgun bullets. We're gonna put those away real quick. Gotta go through this door. Yep. Yeah, this is where we just came from. Huh. I'm gonna check down the other hall. Dead end, guys.
Yes. Nice shot. Yes.
Gotcha. Alright, let's reload. Get the heck out of here. Alright. Keep the shotgun handy, guy. Or not the shotgun. We're gonna just use. Can't go that way. Okay. Save it again just to be safe. Okay, so we do need to go this way, but we're missing something. Or do I need to go back to this one? Oh, okay.
Great. Great.
Nice shot.
Are you trying to get me, buddy?
Amazing. Amazing.
Alright, we gotta reload. Got the pipe. I ain't worrying about the pipe too much.
Huh?
What are we getting here? Seeds? Yeah, red seed? Uh-oh. Yeah, we missed a pretty crucial part of the game, guys. I'm glad we went back.
Zach, looks like we need to continue our search for the documents.
Yep.
George, I'll get right to the point. It looks like someone else has just removed the documents I'm looking for.
Huh? Removed?
The cabinet looks like it had been forced open.
That's impossible. No one could break into there.
No. Emily, there is one person that can access that room at any time.
You don't mean Thomas?
It's too early to speculate. And profiling is my job, remember? More importantly, Emily, could you get me a coffee? A fresh one if possible.
Coffee? At a time like this? Why now?
Emily, please. This is very important. Some coffee. And bring some milk on the side.
Zach, you know something, don't you? I'm getting us some coffee. So tell me what you know.
Uh-oh.
Ah, Zach, this is amazing. Even the taste of her coffee is thrilling, to say the least.
What?
No, nothing. This isn't the cup that Thomas always uses for me, is it?
I'm sorry about that too, then. I just used a cup that was nearby. You have a problem with that?
Problem? Not at all, my dear Emily. The coffee is perfect. Well, okay, taste aside, this cup certainly is perfect.
Wow.
George, Emily, we're going to Velvet Falls. There's something waiting for us there. I can feel it.
York, are you joking? You're trusting your cup?
No, Emily. Going to a waterfall just might be a good idea. In feng shui, a waterfall is known to be a source of power. Even if we find nothing there, I'm sure it will give us some power.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, George. And don't forget to bring a fishing rod.
All
This is
right.
it. This is where we went
go
fishing,
get it.
remember?
Fishing? Are you two serious?
George, do you have a net?
Uh-oh. Not bad, not bad. Now we are where we left off, guys. Okay. Okay, so this is where we were. So we didn't really miss that much. Felt like we did.
Zach, I hope we can catch a big one.
Now we know how to do it from last time. Got this. Come on. Look at that fish. Oh,
A fish. But this isn't the time to be fishing for fish, Zach.
still eat it though. You know what I'm thinking, Jay? I'm gonna look into those slots again. I have to check out the Oh, I can't choose that one? Oh, I was hoping I could. I was curious. Oh, man. thinking, the way I got those emotes set out, what if... Give me a second here. What if... Hold on, give me a second. How do I have this set up with the... Oh my god, my hard drive space is not empty. Wait, Star Citizen is over, isn't it? I think it is. There's trick spot mode. Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know what? I think, you know what the problem is, Jay? I don't think we're getting a good taste of the game because we didn't buy the game. You know, we're just getting like the demo feel.
Zach, this doesn't look like the documents we need. Try again.
But yeah, I don't blame you. I don't know, not for the money. I'm scared to even back it, dude. I've been doing a lot of reading on it. I get it. The game is cool, but the fact that it's been alpha for 7 years, dude, I don't know, bro. It feels like it just became a real estate for spaceships. You know what I'm saying? Like, it looks like they're trying to bargain people to buy ships, and it's... I don't know. Man.
A fish. But this isn't the time to be fishing for fish, Zach.
This one is annoying, yeah. What's today's date? Oh wait, Star Citizen, we got one more day. The GDFO was pretty cool. I know that's pretty much over. And then, Star Citizen was alright. I had a good run with it. But I'd rather wait for like a beta. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'll wait for a beta. No, I just missed it, guys. Do it again. And now the fishing is working. It launches on the 9th? Yeah. The game is different. I like that it's different, you know? The headphones off. It sucks I can't wear my good headphones, man. That's crazy. Oh, I'm gonna miss it. There you go. Well, do you wanna know how much I'm gonna charge for it? I have no idea. That would be interesting to find out. I have no idea. Alright, here we go. Too soon. Come on! I'm doing it too soon, so it goes 2 blocks. Yo, how did I go fishing the first time and got it with no problem? I can't even do it right now for the life of me. Alright, let's get ready to wheel it in. Nope, nothing that time. Do me a favor, turn the fan on. Just pull it out, and there's a knob behind it. Go all the way to the left. There you go. Hey. Oh. Got it. $35 for early access? Wow.
We've caught something to brag about now.
They try to get you on that early access, like they say, oh, you pay more because you get early access.
We're the only one who fished out documents.
So the game is probably going to be $20.
Don't you think so, Zach?
I just don't believe it. Files from a waterfall.
Oh, she's shocked. Yeah, I don't know. There's too many early access games. I mean, it's nice because you get to play the game before it launches. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you get to feel the game, which is cool.
What does that all mean?
It's called The Legend of the New Raincoat Killer. George, have you ever seen this handwriting?
Yes. It's Thomas's.
George, I need to take these documents to Harry. He said he'd tell me everything once I take the docs to him.
But those are classified. I can't allow a civilian to view them. Especially that deranged old goat who owns most of the town.
I agree with George. Harry is... how can I put it? He might be dangerous.
You don't need to worry. You said it yourselves, didn't you? There has never been a mass murder case in this town. That means these documents pertain to a case that never actually happened. Just look at it as though they never actually existed either.
Ridiculous.
York, I'm sure you've got a plan or something in mind. Okay, you have my approval.
George, are you sure?
Emily, we need to continue looking for Thomas. Our search may just have become a hunt.
Yes, get on it. I'll go see Harry alone.
Okay.
I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it for myself. But Thomas?
There's got to be a rational explanation
Uh-oh.
for this.
Thomas was at the scene of one of the murders.
Zach, George has started to change. I think the deaths of Becky and Diane had a deep effect on him.
Thomas did it all. It's all his
I guess
fault.
this town truly is without a king now.
Yeah. No, but you know what? The GTFO, I like the way the game was. I like the way it initiates itself and how you're a prisoner and you get, taken down and sent to like the bottom depths of this cavern or whatever, and the creatures, the mechanics are they're there. It's just needs some working on. You know, it is not done yet. So, well, it is beta, so I think it's supposed to be. Yeah, Thomas is in the game. Thomas is always getting in trouble. He's very fired. He's beyond fired. Yeah.
Okay then, Zach. Let's pay Harry another visit and get to the bottom of all
Okay.
this.
I have to admit, I do like spending a bit of time investigating alone.
I'm getting a bit sick of being told that I'm either too slow or too fast. You agree with me, right, Zach?
Okay. So I'm just glad that we can actually play the game again. Holy moly, jabber. About time. This time. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and save the game there real quick. Get out of here. You know what I noticed though, Jay? Have you ever like went to the Limey like website? It looks so different compared to the app. Like you realize the numbers are different, so I think the app is. Right, we got the techno music. Let's get it. All right, hold on. Oh, Jay, did you see what the Viz.com is doing? They're doing like a they want to do like a 10-minute compilation video of like everything that happened from the 15 years on Viz. Like, dude, it looks I might try to contribute a few things to help out, because you know I've done like the tournaments and stuff, so maybe some of like those net play tournaments we did, I'm gonna take some of those YouTube videos or some of the clips, maybe somehow edit them and send them over. Yeah, it'd be cool. I mean, it's different, right? I mean, we'll be on a retro trailer, so to speak. It'll be like this, and it's supposed to. I'll get you a thread, bro. Yo, this music really does give you like the old school games like feel to it, you know. The game just crashed. It literally just. No, it's a good thing I saved it. Dun, dun, dun. Bro, you missed the Black Friday or Cyber Monday deals he was doing. He was doing like a 30%. Like, you could have probably got some stuff.
Previously during the...
Yeah. Okay. Game is saved. We don't have any of our screeching. We are good to go. Right. You could check the store, like the Biz store, or you could check what users are selling. Sometimes users can sell games too. Alright guys, we are out of here. Let's get it. I love this car and how fast it is. Wow, this handling though, look at this. Whoa, what the? Can I go that way? Like a shortcut? Wow, I left the car by accident. Whoopsie-daisy.
Zach, did you want to go somewhere before we
Yeah,
visit Harry?
get back in the car.
That's fine by me.
$37,000. There you go, bro. That's the way to do it, man. My car's in the air. Yeah, we can't take the stairs, guys. The physics in this game is a bit. Oh, what the? Grab the cards. Ooh. Yeah. The game's got some weird car physics, but it's okay. Why can't I go this way? What the heck? I didn't realize there's a deer. Alright guys, we're going back down. Let's go.
Zach, we can take a rest if you're tired.
Oh yeah, come on. What the? What's with the dog? Dude, can you take any longer getting out of the car? Nothing I can do with the dog. Just what the NPC wants to do. Shay, what? Let's go! This car is so damaged, guys. Oh, what the? Car is practically flying. Oh! Taking a shortcut. Yeah. I was at 4%, guys. Sure, I gotta be careful. Seriously? I'm at 1%, guys. No! Alright, we gotta be careful. Okay, let's see what we got. The bone here. We got the hip bone. All we need to do is find the
A human
other
bone?
bones.
This doesn't look related to the case, but shouldn't I let someone know?
You never knew. I need to get this car fixed, man. We just gotta drive very careful, guys, and not blow up the car. Take out our space bar.
Zach,
Crowbar.
did you want to go somewhere before we visit Harry? That's fine by me.
All right, get back in, guys. We gotta get through this tunnel. Careful here. Extremely cautious.
Zach, if you notice anything, just stop me.
Getting a bunch of. Oh no. Oh no, I'm at 0%. Really? There's gotta be a way to fix this. Yep. Our card. Oh. Wow. So, what happens? Oh, okay. Which is, I guess, something. I don't know. Oh, we're at the hospital. Makes sense. Yeah, we lose points. Big of a deal. I don't think there are any unuseful left there. Yeah. Oh yeah, we don't have to do the hospital, so we've done the hospital already. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and wow, this put us super far from our targets. What are you looking at? Let's go, guys. Come on.
So, where shall we go next?
Alright, we're 5,000 yards away, guys. We're gonna get in there, right, Thomas? We got this, bro. The sheriff's department's looking for you, Thomas. They think you might be the new Raincoat Killer, bro. Yeah. All right, we're 4,000 yards away, guys. We're getting close to our objective. Let's keep going. Let's move it. Why you gotta kill people, right, Thomas? Why, bro? What did they do to you, bro? What, you killed the one lady because of her art? I'm going the wrong way. Let's get going. We got the wrong Thomas. Are you sure, bro? You're just trying to play Fortnite, right? Oh my gosh. What house is that? Oh, that's, we know who house it is. Alright guys, we're almost at the objective. Come on. Let's go. There's an excuse for everything. I don't blame you.
Zach, we can take a rest if you're tired.
Nah. No need to rest. Let's go to that mansion. Let's go. Press when you're dead. Alright guys, almost there. We're almost there. Here it is, Harry's mansion. Yeah, buddy. Look at that big gate, man.
Mr. Francis York Morgan, finally you have arrived. You are welcome to come inside.
This guy cracks me up. I don't know about this guy. But Harry's trying to tell us something without telling us. But instead, he's showing. Oh. Something ain't right. Uh-oh.
Looks like the next game is hide and seek. Huh?
Uh-oh. Going into the other world, guys. Alright, let's go ahead and join our toolbox here real quick. Alright, we got a bunch of shotgun, first aid, green tomato, blah, blah, blah. Items away. Yes. Alright, let's save it up, guys. So that means we're in the demon world or whatever.
These girls, Zach. Do you see the resemblance?
Yes, people.
Anna, Becky. She looks like Diane. And Carol. Zach, look. Emily.
Oh. Oh no. Wow. Gotta protect Emily, guys. Just gonna grab that and send that to the toolkit queue, you box kit, whatever the heck. Wow, the high quality beef looks pretty tasty. Let's go into the next room. Yeah. Wow. I see how this is going to be.
Great. Amazing. Great. Great. Bullseye.
Nice shot.
There we go. We're loaded up, guys. We're loaded up. Come on. We got some enemies here. Who else is here to want to dance? Okay, so now we can go through. Okay, we got a demon over here to the left. I'm gonna just take.
Amazing. Yes. Amazing. Amazing. Yes.
Load it up. Ooh, there's that turkey sandwich. That sounds really good right now. Turkey sandwich sounds absolutely fabulous. Where does demon at? I heard you.
Yes. Bullseye. Yes. Great.
There we go. We took her out with no problem. The outside world is so weird. What did you drop? Ooh. Hey, grab it. Oh, probably because we're full.
Nice shot.
Yes.
Nice shot.
Bullseye.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
These things are so funny. Alright, we took these two things down. Are we sure we're supposed to go this way? I feel like we're supposed to go a different direction.
Yes. Great. Yes. Great. Yes. Great.
Okay, you guys are taking a long time to fall. They run very weird, I know.
Who's that?
What creatures I had to take down. Move the chair somewhere.
Amazing.
Nice shot.
Yes.
I'm missing. What the? Gotta reload. We gotta reload our gun. I got a shotgun in his hand, guys.
Yes. Bullseye. Yes.
Okay. Fall to the ground. Come on. I know, right? Absolutely, Thomas. Absolutely, bro. All right, Thomas. So we're looking for you. My character and the sheriff's department. We're looking for you. Little man, you can turn the fan off if you want. Which way am I going? It's locked. Oh, I see you.
Bullseye. Bullseye. Amazing.
There we go. Gathered all these up, guys. We're gonna need every single bit of bullets that we. All right, so we got another one here. Magnum bullets. We get a Magnum in this game too. Sick. All right, carry on with the progression here. They're calling the popo on Tommy. Thomas, you're in big popo trouble, man. You're in the popo trouble now. Thomas is 14. Always Thomas until he's 14. Yo, I need it. Yeah. What? We're gonna wear this bad boy. Change it up. Yep. Okay. Oh yeah, look at this. Ah, we look good. Let's shave. Oh yeah. That suit is loud, right? That suit is like pow. And I'm making that impression. Dum 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 dum. Now we're freshly shaved. We get to change our outfit. We're gonna save the game. Things are looking good. Okay. Perfecto mundo. Sure, we're nice and loaded. Going on with the SMG. That suit is like, hello. Alright, let me see if I got something to grab. I won't be too far. Bum 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 dum 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 dum. What? Hey, you think I was gonna sing it? Cheer up a little bit, guys. I feel like I'm like so low to the ground. How low can you go? Ha, I don't even know. Where you want me to go? Good night, guys. I know, I'm sorry, Jay. Yo, what did that sound like anyway for you guys? Probably sounded crazy. Yeah. There's a lot of different outfits to the game, which is kind of cool, you know? Kind of cool. Oh, this is the original door we went through. Where am I supposed to go? What am I supposed to do? Oh. Ooh. I'm blowing into the mic. Ah. Wait a minute. We remember this puzzle, but it's a little bit different. Okay, blocked this time though. Oh, I guess we're not doing this. It won't let me do it. Okay. You wanna dance? Bring it on. Let's dance, my lady.
Yes, great.
Anybody else want something? You want it? Come and get it. Or you can eat buffet right now.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
Amazing. You're down and out too. Come on, let's go. Let's dance, buddy. Let's dance. You got a gun in your hand?
Yes, nice shot. Bullseye.
Okay, come on. Come on. Who else wants it? Oh, you want it? You want some?
Nice shot.
Come on. Oh, you there, buddy. What you got here? What do you got there?
Great.
What you drop for me? What you drop for me? Want to dance, buddy?
Amazing. Great.
Come on. You?
Nice shot. Nice shot. Amazing. Nice shot.
I think we're looking too good on ammo, guys. We gotta watch it. Let's see. Let's grab whatever this is. We're gonna take that. We're gonna take it into the toolbox because we can't carry any more on us, guys. That aimed all right. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Great. Bullseye. Bullseye.
PC. Sounds like a static TV. That's what it sounded like? Yeah, I'm sorry guys. I just... Yeah, I'll mute it for a second. I just want to make sure it's nice and clear so you guys can like hear and things are good, you know. Okay. Alright, so let's continue on. I believe we're good. We're gonna go ahead and get some progress here. Looks like you're aiming on a controller. I know, dude. Yeah. Well, I just found out that there's that the body shots don't do as bad of damage. But I try to hit them in the head, man, but they have like this weird movement. You know this game is not controller compatible, bro, on PC. Like, makes no sense, bro. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I don't know where I'm going. We're gonna go ahead and hit up the inventory here real quick, guys, because we need some health back. Ooh, go back. Okay, so for med kits, we got 2 out of 4. We got some stabilizer. None of this is gonna give me health, but the suckers do. Go ahead and eat. Oh, that's for hunger. I'll have to get some med kits later, guys. Next save spot, we're gonna have to definitely save it up. Oh yeah! That outfit. I look good, man. Even better. Open. Open? The heck? Seriously? Can't you see I'm getting changed? Trying to get me. She's like, come here. I'm hungry. Alright, lady. You asked for it. You asked for it. Come on. Come on. Alright, down and out. Alright, what's inside now? I got the first aid kit medium. That's exactly what I needed, guys. Look, the game like read my mind. Crazy. Yeah, that is very crazy. They're behind me. Why is the statue here all looking weird? You're looking weird on me. What you do? Yo, I'm about to save the game real quick. Let's make a phone call. Hello, FBI. Save the game real quick. Thank you. Good day, sir. Like playing Parasite Eve. Yo, what's wrong with the toilet, yo? Out here. The heck did we do? I think we went backwards, guys. We don't want to go this way. But that was the save thing. So I think we actually have to go completely. Oh, what the? You guys want to dance? You want to dance? Yeah, that's how we do it. You like that? You like that, guys? And none of you dropped nothing for real? Yo, man, you guys are cheap. They are so cheap. Move it around inside here. We have a red ring. I think we gotta go this way, right? Those are cool pictures. Oh. Oh, no way.
Emily!
At times we must purge things from this world because they should not exist, even if it means losing someone that you love.
Stop!
Hey, what the? I don't get it. But my character just said he doesn't love Emily.
Zach, did you see that?
It's weird. Who was that?
I must be getting tired.
We actually must be getting tired. Let me check my tire level here. We're not looking too bad. We're not looking too bad. to buy it. Oh, what the? The room that Harry hangs out a lot. Hold on, there's 2 statues. Go push pressing buttons here, Tricks. Just so you can. Alright, 2 buttons. We have a choice. There's a switch on the statue. Should we push it? Would be fun if the mansion transformed into something unexpected. That was an easy puzzle, though. Look at you guys. You guys are doing great. Keep up the great work, guys. I appreciate your guys' support. And you guys got those stats right there to show how dedicated and how supportive you guys are here in our channel. And I really appreciate it. Alright, we're going down into the basement, guys. Reload. One inside. See the ring. Maybe out. Sounded like he's coming. And the door just locked. Alright, we're in trouble. It's a pretty long walkway, guys. This would be Harry's thingy. The heck? Oh, how did...
Zach, looks like we're out of the countryside and back in civilization.
Uh-oh. Make sure nobody can hear.
Welcome, York.
I brought the documents. Just what is going on in here?
I warned you about haste. Take it slow. You'll lose sight of what's important if you just rush past it. As an agent of the FBI, I'm sure you know. So many people have got it all wrong. They think speed is the key. That being first is the best. They want speed. Satisfied with what the speed brings, even if it means that they miss so much on the way, they don't even see that. I see everything that they don't. From here, I see it all. Then, when the time comes, I make use of what I've seen. I can get whatever I want in this way, anything at all.
You're certainly talkative today, Harry. But I didn't come here for a business lecture. Tell me everything you know.
Speed is not important. Timing is what is important. Timing. York, you have a natural gift for waiting for the correct timing. Just be careful that your haste does not ruin everything. That will be vital to solving the current case at hand. York, I know more than you think, but less than what you hope. 1, you have Nick in custody. 2, Thomas is missing. 3, Carol has a locket that belongs to the murderer.
Wow. He knows.
I also know that this case revolves around the red seeds. But that's about it.
So you've got an inside line on police information.
That reminds me. The victims' tongues were cut out, weren't they? But that's only a minor point. Don't let the shocks blind you to what's more important. That's another business tip.
Harry, I'm impressed. You gather information really well. You hacked into the FBI network, too. Amazing. But I didn't come here to hear this.
Then let us close the business seminar. It's time for a history lesson instead.
Serious now.
I remember it as though it were yesterday, if you'll pardon the cliché. It was dark, raining, a foggy night. My parents, who normally got along, were fighting over something. My father was blaming my mother, it seemed. So I left the house, headed for the clock tower. There was a party being held that day to celebrate the tower's completion. I wanted to see the town from above, and so I decided to climb the tower. Curious child, and saw it being constructed day after day. I'm not sure why, but I was really drawn to the tower in some way. And that's why I knew. From the pit in the theater, there's a path to the clock tower. They were just cleaning up after the party, so it was easy to get into the theater. I used the secret passage to sneak into the tower. But when I reached the top, I saw something very strange. There were soldiers there, all wearing gas masks. I moved closer and saw that they were fiddling with some kind of device. The device was emitting purple smoke outside. Just then, for the first time, the bell rang throughout the tower. I reacted with fear and left the tower as fast as I could. When I got outside again, the purple fog was spreading. I covered my nose and mouth and ran home. I unconsciously counted the number of times the bell rang. After the 12th time, the bell did not stop ringing. It rang a loud 13th time. I got back into town to see another, even more disturbing sight. The people were attacking, killing each other, rampaging as though insane. One man, dressed in a red raincoat, was particularly strong. Anyone who attacked him was killed in an instant. I, too, started to feel a violent hate boiling up inside me. I tried, but was unable to suppress it. One word resonated through my head. Kill! 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 Without thinking, I took a branch and attacked the man in the raincoat. For a moment, I didn't know what was occurring. The face beneath the hood was that of my father, painted with an expression I had never seen before. Hatred and angst. He clearly saw me, but that did not stop him from attacking me. He knocked me out, and I fell to the ground. The following morning, I awoke surrounded by dead bodies. It wasn't raining anymore, and the purple fog was gone. I couldn't believe what I saw and what I myself had done. But even worse things were waiting for me when I got home. My mother was dead. Killed, presumably also by my father. The next day, the town was overrun by military personnel. That's when the gag order was issued. Talking about the incident was unappreciated, a taboo. But even still, people stopped going outside when it rained. Country folk are very patriotic. We never tell our children about what happened. But these things find a way out of even the tightest of lips, in parts. People only speak of the killer in the red raincoat, which is where the legend of the Raincoat Killer comes from.
Quite a story.
After the incident, the gas seeped into the soil of the town. Even today, when it rains, a minute amount is released. That's why I never take my mask off when I'm outside. This town is dirty, York.
If what you say is true, then the killer is someone who is badly affected when it rains.
You need to draw the conclusions, not I. I have no conclusions.
Is there a connection between the red seeds and the gas, then?
This is just my own presumption. The seeds and the gas have a similar effect on our nervous systems. I believe someone figured that out and decided to use it. Or it could just be nature's way of getting back at us humans. York! Good news! You'll hear from George soon. They have found Thomas. I'll tell you one last and very important thing. Just as you suspected, everything I have told you is gibberish. I never hacked into the FBI server, and I certainly know nothing about the red seeds. I shall thank you for listening to an old man babble on.
Let me ask you one thing then, Harry. You're a businessman. You must be after something in return for giving me this information.
York, at times we must purge things from this world because they should not exist. Even if it means losing someone that you love.
That still does not justify murder.
Remember this. Everything changes in form. There isn't a single thing that can maintain its shape for eternity. Overlook this fact, and you'll be making a big, big mistake.
Wow, my mic was muted the whole time. Yeah, so what Harry just said there about losing the ones you love was actually what we heard when we were in the Nightmare World or whatever it's called. And we caught Thomas, so now we're confused. So far, we have two suspects. We have Harry, because the story about the Raincoat Killer, he seems to know quite a bit. Plus, his little quote that he said kind of made him suspicious. And then Thomas, because Thomas seemed to be the one who hacked into the filing safe and threw it into the water. What is he hiding? Who knows? So we'll definitely be checking this out. Harry could have hired Thomas to do it. Thomas was giving Harry information. Who knows? Thomas has the that persona of like not really being a killer, but if this gas thing is true, like Harry is saying, might be changing his behavior when it rains. Got a lot of mysteries here to solve, guys, but I think we have two suspects and a couple other ones that we thought are dead. They're not the ones. We'll have to figure it out. Yeah. Can't believe we're already in the next chapter. We're like moving on now, guys. Getting there. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? I like this game. It's cool. I like the story, but oh, the bugs just kills it. It's sad that this is such an old game. You need to keep a close eye on her.
York,
Definitely.
we found Thomas.
Ah, he's at his house, right?
How did you know that?
Timing, Emily. Good timing.
Whatever, just get in. George
Oh,
is heading
Thomas,
over there
right.
already. Let's get a move on.
And I have to drive.
Zach, things are finally starting to come together. All we need now is for Thomas to fill in the blanks in our new legend.
Alright, let's get to driving. 5,000 yards? What? Oh gosh! We have to protect Emily, guys. But what if Emily's the one behind this, all this, right? Thomas said, I'm not in that game. Are you sure, bro? Are you sure you're not to this game? Let's make this progress. Oh! Weird looking sirens. Imagine a popo chasing you in this car. Wee, 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 wee. This is the police. But there's no gas in this car? Right, because it's like the main mission. The wiper's back on. All right, things are looking pretty good, guys. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, go. And it's playing that kind of music too. Look at that. I screwed up, guys. Extra long distance. I get points for that? What? Oh! He lives in the apartment complex. There's George. Coming for you, Thomas. Pop those handcuffs on, bro. What the heck was that?
George, what's happened?
We received an anonymous call informing us that Thomas returned home. I sent Emily to get you right away.
No idea who made the call?
No. That's why I came on ahead, to see if the information was correct. A light did come on, but only for a second. I saw a tall male silhouette in the window. It was Thomas.
Okay, I'm going in. You two wait here.
Hey, what's up, Skylines?
We'll be ready to burst in at any moment. Just call out.
Yeah, we're gonna arrest that Thomas, guys. Thomas, I'm coming for you, bro.
Zach, it's the same in the countryside after all. The climax of an investigation is always in an apartment.
Footprints. I see footprints. Okay. Pretty clean house. Got a table on the, or phone on the table with no cord. Uh-oh. I like games with less childish storyline. Reminds me of Max Payne. Right. Very true, Skylines. I like it a lot. The biggest issue is the bugs, the glitches, the workarounds, the frustrations, but all in all, I do enjoy the story in the game. I think it's great. And yes, you are right about the childish storylines. A lot of games are just... This one's actually like...
Too much noise.
different mindset.
We're still missing a vital piece of the puzzle.
He uses that phrase a lot. Alright, so it looks like... Oh, what the heck? Oh, that's not creepy at all. Red wig, this confirms our suspicions, Zach. Uh-oh. Who had the red hair? I don't remember. What are you doing with a mannequin in your house in the first place? That's already creepy. Oh, wait a minute. What if it's Carol? Okay, so we got the red wig, right? What else do we have here? Anything in here though? I'm Mrs. Biscuit. Okay, that's the music. Oh, we saved a game. We don't want to crash right now. We crash, I will cry. Yeah, red hair. But the red hair, I think, really leads to oh, cherry pie. Yeah. My cherry. Somebody bent it. Who bent my cherry pie? Let's go in the bathroom here. Somebody had pizza. Look. Oh, it's one of those Alfredo pizzas. I'm gonna grab that. There's a window here, but I'm not gonna worry about that right this moment. But let's see what's in the fridge. Hot coffee. Another mannequin with the okay, there's something wrong. Whoa, 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 whoa. Woman's clothing. Stop. Guys, something ain't right here. We'll take the cigarettes. Take the lollipop. Who knows how to live, right? Coffee and pizza. Hey, that's the way to do it. Oh. Got a lot of like music things. Stress. If there's one. Values or costumes. Whoa, 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 whoa. Isn't that like what we heard when we was at Diane's museum? Moon Journey? Why? Look, this guy's got trash bags in his sink. Thomas's shoes. Shoes were found in the bathtub. They were wet, which means the person didn't have time to take them off. Whoa, something ain't right here, guys. Let me guess. There was a back door to get out of here. Oh. Profiling. So we got shoes and a red wig. Right? Okay. All right, so his shoes were there. It's locked.
Huh?
Uh-oh. Series of it must okay. Boot prints. But the boot prints, we saw a shoe. But a cigarette. It's getting serious now, guys. Yeah. Not as clean as I thought it was. Here we go. Profiling started.
Huh? So, Thomas wants us to look around for him a bit more. So there's more to it. Kind of like the bonus footage on a DVD. I hope it's worth watching. Don't you agree, Zach?
York? What was that noise? Damn it! We need to seal off all routes out of town.
No need for that, George.
Huh?
If he was going to leave town, he would have done so by now. Which means he's still got some unfinished business.
Uh-oh. We know what his plan is. Okay. That's for the apartment. Money. Money. Got 20,000. Yeah. Okay, so we didn't get Thomas, but we'll get him. He's being suspicious though, for sure. He's up to no good. Where is he? Wow.
Zach, do you think they heard what I said? We don't have to make a fuss. Thomas isn't going to leave town. That gives us plenty of time to find a way to view the bonus footage.
Okay, where's this bonus footage? Never mind. It's showtime. Let's dance. Oh, we're actually out in the real world. Most of it seems kind of blocked, but it's kind of nice to see. Now we can play more of the nightmare world. Oh. Let's save it real quick. It's getting interesting now. We never actually explored the city while we're in this world. Okay, so we're grabbing a car. Oh, wait. Open that up. What do we got? We got some ammo, 10 millimeters. Let's go. Oh, you want to dance? Who was ask?
Great. Bullseye. Bullseye. Yes.
You just asked me. There's a bunch of you guys. Okay, well, I'm not going to sit here and try to take you all on because that's not going to work. Let's get in the car. Wow, we're getting in the car. Ooh. This looks pretty good. I wonder if they can pull me out of the car. A lot of this seems blocked off, so I think we just got pretty much like a defined path. Yeah, we got like a pre-layout, so we can't really... Holy mackerel, what the... Yeah, we can't explore much, guys. These guys are coming out of nowhere. See the hands. Oh! Let's keep going. I see a bunch of red wall walking. We're gonna go in. Yards. There's a bunch of these guys in the town. Look at that. Yeah. Oh. Roadkill. Holy shoot, what the?
Is that Anna?
Uh-oh, my character's losing it. Gotta chase her on foot. There she is. Why do I feel like following her is a bad idea, guys? What the heck is that? Oh, there's bats? Oh, what the? I've never seen those before. Oh, I can't save it. No. I think we gotta go this way, guys. But man, she's got me running crazy on foot. Even the music is trolling, right?
Not this way, Zach. We need to keep her in sight.
Okay. How the heck did I lose her? Oh. We're running this way. Follow Anna. Where is she taking us? Seriously, didn't we just come from here? We're going in circles. Oh, it made me start over. Really? Running after the ghost, legit plan, right? Very bad plan. I don't know where he get this idea where he thinks it's a good idea. You're fired! What do you guys think? What do you think? This is Ghost Lady here. Which way is she going? Probably because we lost sight of her. That could have been what happened. I went this way last time. All right, come on, lead the way. Give me a path. Oh, there she is. Diner? Huh? Shoot, get ready. Something's happening. Yeah. Oh! Oh, we're in trouble, boys. What the? What the deuce? Oh! All right, Raincoat Killer. You want to dance? Let's dance. What What the? This don't look like the diner I remember. He doesn't want to come in here. And he grabs a cigarette. Perfect timing. That way, Zach, just follow her, right? I think we saw her ex-boyfriend, maybe. Something's going on, guys.
I almost became a goddess of the forest myself. Although I think the look might suit me. What do you think, Zach?
Okay. Let's move on, see what else we have. But he's not coming after us, which is perfect. And we can sleep. Got that. We're definitely gonna save. Right? Let's screw it. Alright, let's check our tired and hunger level here. Character is a little woozy. Alright. So... got our hunger and put that up, guys. Oh, are we actually going to go in the kitchen? And nothing's weirder than a TV at the end of the hall. Oh, what the? Oh, scared the jibbities out of me. Holy mackerel, dude. Oh, God, what the? Kamikaze, son of a gunners. They all killed themselves? Thank goodness. Alright, we got a creepy TV at the end of the game, guys. Or at the end of the hall here. If that's a TV, I don't know what that is. Something else. Oh, it's a record player. Okay, I thought it was a TV for a second. Thomas's apartment. Wait a minute. This would be Nick's kitchen, right? Diner has something to do with this mystery, guys. Oh, Nick might be a suspect again. I almost feel like there's no point of profiling unless we get all the clues. He looks like a girl, right? He said, not the copy, no!
Too much noise. We're still missing a vital piece of the puzzle.
Vital piece of the puzzle. All we need to find is a vital piece of the puzzle, because once we find it, we are good. Okay, well, let's turn it on, see what happens. Got the music playing. We're gonna take some country ham. Play the drums. We'll take some more root beer. Root beer sounds really good right now. Wait a second. Oh, okay, hold on. We got a door right over here. This is a bad area, guys. Okay, we're blocked in. Something's about to go down. There goes the mannequins again. The door just looks... And that's the only door to go through. Oh boy. Uh-oh, his face. What the heck?
I see you.
Red Tricks! Run for your life! Oh my gosh! Oh, he's coming. He's coming. He's coming. Oh, I gotta push. I'm dead. Ooh! Run! Run away! Run away! He's coming. He's coming. I didn't know I had to push, guys. Push it. Gotta push it to the limits. Oh, run! Oh, he tried to hit me. I don't know what that was, but I'll buy it. I'll take it. I'm out of there. He's after me, guys. Run! Oh my god, he is on my booty cheeks. Oh gosh, I'm in trouble. Go to the door. What are you doing? This is so weird. This is... Oh, dear jeez. Really? Why you gotta go so slow on the doors? Dude, you better keep running. Oh, what the... Oh, no.
Where are you hiding?
We need to know who that is. Underneath! Oh my gosh! Guys, we gotta keep quiet. I forgot what button we had to press. Holy crap. Yeah, definitely can't see him, right? I'm hiding so good. Oh gosh, hold the breath, hold the breath. Definitely can't hear me gasping for air. We got this, guys. Come on. Whose shoes is that? Oh, we're in big trouble.
Where are you?
He seems very upset. It's a good thing I didn't go in that closet. He would have grabbed me right out. We're in big. He's gonna try to listen. Nope. I'm trying to go by the boots. Who is it? It might be Thomas. Or maybe it's this hairy guy. Maybe he really is not handicapped and he's just playing a little game. Okay, come on, come on. He's mad. There you go. That's how you break a door. Holy macaroni. Oh,
Zach, this is a waste of time. Let's go.
Okay. So what's over here then? Wow, yeah, we'll definitely take all these. Here goes the mannequins again. This is where he was pursuing us. He didn't want us to look around, but now we can look around.
Bullseye. Yes. Amazing.
All right, reload. Okay. Long, creepy hallway, guys. But before we go down that creepy hallway, just a moment. Hang on, guys. Let's see what's gonna happen here once we get towards the end here again. Yeah, I definitely see. Oh gosh, not again. He got me? Shoot. Oh! Hey. Wait a second. Wait a second. When he did this, it might be that one guy who talks in poetic, the guy that works for Harry. Here he is behind all this. I mean, I guess that would be an obvious given. It's that guy. What's his name? Mark or something. I'll have to get his name again. We have his card. Take a peek in there. It's probably something bad, but hey, I'm gonna do it anyway.
Huh?
Ooh, it's Thomas's badge. Oh gosh. Okay, doors open. Let's watch ourselves, guys. Not me. It's definitely you.
Great. Nice shot. Amazing. Nice shot.
Load it up real quick. Wow. Got Thomas Sheriff's badge. So crazy. That was one of the clues. Oh no, man. Something happened to Thomas? Most of the victims have been females. Okay. That was a nice knife, too. Let's head up out of here. Oh boy. He's above us. Sounds like something's above us again. Or at the door. Oh boy, let's go. Oh. Things again. Solid coming in with this cheers. Thank you, bro. Really appreciate it, dude. Not today. Today. Get ready for it, guys. Get ready for it. I don't know how many bullets. It's the same thing. Gotcha. Alright, so we got another medium med kit. What in the world? Right? What's up, Salad? Yeah, it's a weird game, bro. You don't want to know. This is like by far the weirdest game, but the most hardest game to get to work. Like, this game is buggy, like really bad. All right, what else do we have? And you know what's weird? This game is old, bro. A lot of people haven't heard about this game. I'm one of them. All right, let's take it out. Come on, no more, no more. Let's go. Come on, show yourself. A little more, come on. Dodge a smoke, dodge a smoke. Go to this left wall here. Let's go, let's get him, let's get her. 3, 2, 1, and okay, go to the roof, come on. Go. Okay, jump to the floor. Get ready for the dodge. Dodge it up. All right. She's gonna go to the right side of the wall. Nope. Left. Okay. Never mind. She switched to the roof. All right. We knocked her right on down, guys. And she dropped nothing because she's cheap. And there's another one. Dang it. Come on. Let's dance. Come on. Oh gosh! It's got me! Oh no! Get off of me! Painful, man. That is painful. You need to stop that. You know, you've been a very naughty girl. Seriously? Holy... This thing is getting me good! It wants a kiss? No! Part of that, you bro, right? All right, we need to step back a little bit here. What the? How is she getting me every single time? Like, once they get you good. Yo, I need health, guys. No, not good. That's right, come on. Reload! Okay, we got her. Thank goodness. And she drops nothing. Wow. More. Of course.
Bullseye, yes. 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 Nice shot.
Seriously? Wow. Shooting him had no effect. I need, of course. Oh boy. But how come it sounds like the almost like the other monsters almost? Wow, that's weird. No items. Wow. This is what happens when you make your girlfriend mad, yeah. Thank you guys. Yeah, you guys are doing really good though. You guys are doing really good on the statistics and stuff, guys, with the channel. So wait, what is this room? This is the piano room. I'm telling you, there's something to do with we're gonna keep this outfit on. Not going through there yet. Grab this. What is this? Take the root beer because we're going to need it. Okay, now set up the toolbox. We do need a med kit, guys, and it looks like we have 2 large ones, so let's grab one. Got it. Maybe it's tricks, right? Not mine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, guys. Did we save it? We didn't even save it yet. Save it up. Let's see. Now we save it. Okay, here we go, guys. Next part. It's locked. Well, okay, there's a couple switches we're gonna need to hit here probably very quickly. Oh, I see the lights. Alright, I think we're on a time limit. Maybe not. Okay. Push the button. Just push it, push it. There we go. Alright, doors open. Let's go. Locked. Nothing to do with the music. There is one more switch. Light switch is all red now and the switches don't seem to work. Wait, what? Daddy. Oh. There we go. Okay, so the door is opening. Let's go through and see what we find. Daddy. Save it again. Here we go. We got more mannequins. Mannequins. The thing that I hate the most. Mannequin. It's gonna jump at us. No? Not gonna jump at me this time, Raincoat Killer? No? Okay, here we go. All this. We got some enemies up ahead.
Great. Nice shot. Great. Amazing. Bullseye. Great.
Over here. On you. This item anymore, you should give it to her. Sword is pretty good. I think I've used it before. Get rid of the crowbar. But it has more durability though, so I think I'm gonna keep the crowbar, to be honest. Actually, we can send it to the toolbox. Yeah, we'll do that. Send it to the toolbox. Didn't even think about that. Yo, did everybody get their holiday emotes thing going on? Alright, we should be at the end now. Oh, you want to dance, buddy?
Nice shot. Amazing. Nice shot. Yes.
Goodbye. You want to dance, lady?
Amazing. 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 Yes. Great.
In your face. Reminds me of the lady of like Fallout in the beginning of the game. We got bottles of something here. Bottles of what? Spider webs here. They don't want me to get past this, guys. I said no. You shall not enter. How much do you want me to push? Gotta push it to the limits. Oh, whoa! You just kind of glided over here, didn't you? That's fine, but that's kind of spooky. Kind of freaked me out there. Thomas, you're making me hungry, bro. You guys are making
Amazing.
me hungry. Amazing. This zombie stuff. You want to drop anything or what? No? Just give me points? Okay. Goodbye. You're getting headshot points, though. Aren't you, you guys? Holding a little weapon there, aren't you, buddy?
Nice shot. Bullseye. Great. Amazing.
Bye-bye. How much bullets do I actually have? Quite a bit. There's a lot of these creatures, guys. A bunch of them. Ooh, break it, break it, break it, break it. need to push through. Oh gosh, what the?
Amazing.
Yes. What's on the ground here? Bullets? We'll take them, because I need to start using the submachine gun. I can't that emo? Wait, what? I can't that emo. Get you do, Gem. What happened, bro?
Yes.
How did she get on fire? That girl is on fire. Oh,
Great.
got you down there, buddy. What else is around here? Anything good? Secrets? Nothing. Okay. Oh. This item. Take it in, put it away, put it in the toolbox, whatever it is we want to do, guys. Doesn't matter. Let's get out of here, though. We're done. It's getting red. Why is it so red in here? Oh, shoot.
I see you.
Run like the chicken. He must run now, get away from the old killer man. Evade and dodge that swing beat. Keep on dodging. You're dodged just in time. Goodbye. He's trying to slice me up, guys. He's trying to slice me up. Oh, he's on me now. He's gonna take another shortcut. Ah! Oh, it changed. No. Oh. Oopsie daisy. Alright, so I got a little carried away with the E button. I mean the R button. You're fired! Shout. Alright, it could be E and it could be R. Oh no, he got me. What the? How did he get over there though? How'd you get over there? How'd you do that? This guy's a master at work. Now let's try it again. Alright, dodge it up, dodge it up. Dodge it up, dodge it up. Come on. Look at my guy, he's in the FBI. Doing his thing. Dodging it. Dodging it. Don't try to get me again. I'm not gonna let you, bro. Seems like he's stuck. He ain't even chasing me, guys. Yep, he's glitched. Which is fine for me. Let me get out of there. Don't chase me, buddy. Just stay where you are. Oh, wow, he's moving quick. Oh, he's taking shortcuts. That's right, you stay stuck right there. Ooh-wee. Do here? Oh, what the? What the? No, no, no. Oh, what the?
Great.
Show your face.
Great. Great.
Okay. We're so good, guys. We gotta hide it down. Hide it down. See what else you got up right here. Climbing up top. Climbing on down. Like to smack me. Nope. Okay, so what is this? The piano. I'm saving the game, guys, before we go doing anything. Save. Okay. Bunch of mannequins and... Oh, this is the Carol. Carol? Or the guy working with Harry. They both have a piano fetish. This isn't how they taught me. So, to use ice picks? What an ice pick. Wait.
Huh?
Songs are something you hear like on a ghost ship. Oh. Again? Gah! Ooh, Matrix. Oh gosh, he is onto me. You're fired! Oh, fire it up, guys. Fire it up. Fire it up. Keep going. Look at him. Look at him. He's trying to get through, guys. Run. My God, Zeus, what's up, bro? Oh, how do we look up in the bar? Ah, the arrow chick. He has something to do with all this. I think she was trying to set Nick up, maybe. Forgot about her. She's also another suspect. Yeah, buddy.
That's one bizarre setup. Whoever made this must be crazy.
Okay. What do we do? We just stab the moose in the head? Oh. We've never been here before, guys. It does open. Here, but see, Thomas works the bar right here. Let's save it, actually. This save. And then #1 spot. Okay. How are we looking, guys? So who's the #1 chatter right now in the chat? I like that. Actually pretty. Also, guys, don't forget, if you want like free sub points and stuff, guys, you guys are more than welcome to actually check that out too. He remove? Oh no, it's right down there. Wait. Uh, where did it go? Now let's see what happens. I'll set it up later. We're just gonna, looks like we're just gonna go ahead and take that back room. Don't rig the bank heist, right? Ooh, there you go. Now you guys are getting it, see? Down here. Same doors we've been seeing the whole time. Unbelievable. Oh, wow. It's the leather I think we were hearing in our profiling.
Zach, okay, so it's not bonus footage. It's still part of the main feature. Perpetrator is exactly who I thought it was.
First things first. We'd better let poor Nick go.
Uh-oh. Oh! We were not paying attention. Uh-oh. Knew there was something up. He is psycho.
I dream of you like a god. There is something funny about this song we hid behind the door. They should see us. I am silly, hey.
Oh, wait a minute, the wig. that Thomas? Oh my gosh, guys, that's crazy.
There is something funny.
Oh my gosh. I knew there was something wrong with this guy.
Behind the jewels, they should see us.
Wow.
I am stealing haze from the night.
This game just did it all. A completely twist. I thought one of two things. I thought it was Carol, Thomas, or the guy that works for Harry. Those were my three suspects. Thomas, there's something wrong with you. But the problem is, since we've been knocked out and captured, if he doesn't kill us, then maybe he's not the murderer. Just has this weird obsession, right? I don't know. I'm gonna find out. Easy. Okay. That is some Bobo Jobo. You're kind of high in that red dress, right? Look at Thomas. Oh my god, Thomas. They're picking on you today. Oh man. Oh, we gotta press OK. I just can't believe what just happened. We just got knocked out. So what's happening with George and... Oh, previously during the investigation, Zach's view? The Zaxi. Yeah, I saw your message about the chatter thing. So the chatter thing does work? I thought it wasn't working. The game freeze. The game froze. Oh, wait a second. Let it load, maybe. Hold on. We'll just let it load real quick. Hopefully it loads in. Okay, so it doesn't look like it's going to load as much as I don't want to, guys. We're gonna have to quit, but I think it's saved anyway, so these crashes do happen a lot. chapter 21? How far have I made? I think we're almost done with the game, guys.
Previously during the investigation. Okay then, Zach. Let's pay Harry another visit and get to the bottom of all this.
And that one. And that one too. All red seeds.
Welcome, York. The killings 50 years ago. There is something about it that you won't find written in those files. The people were attacking and killing each other, rampaging as though insane.
Quite a story.
York, I told you, it's nothing more than local folklore.
What does that all mean?
It's called The Legend of the New Raincoat Killer.
York, we found Thomas.
Zach. Okay. So it's not bonus footage. It's still part of the main feature. Perpetrator is exactly who I thought it was.
Wait, what the hell?
Dad? Dad?
Come on, boy, or it'll be too late.
Well, hold on, Dad. Hold on. I need to explore the woods because I'm a little kid and I like scaring myself. It's a dead end. Oh. Okay. Plain as a child. Let's move on. Guys, somebody's got to win that jackpot in slots, man. Somebody's got to win it. Nobody's won it, and it's 7,000 retro coins. The reason why it's so high is because I did contribute quite a bit too.
Dad?
You could donate retro coins to the
Come on,
jackpot
boy,
too, guys, if you
or
want.
it'll be too late.
What's it? Almost forgot my own command. Hey, there you go, guys. There you go. Congratulations. Let's up that jackpot a little bit for you guys. Oh, solid, so close. You got a popcorn, a kappa, and a nuke. Okay.
Dad?
Right. Well, I'll donate them.
Come on, boy, or it'll be too late.
God damn, I'm coming. Yeah. So I don't know. What are you guys' thoughts on the game? Just got knocked out by a sheriff. Dressed as a woman. Oh, why not? Right? Look at Zeus. Zeus is like, I'm not playing no mini games. I brought banks. Okay, so I don't know where we're going. We're playing as a little child and we're running through the woods and we're looking for Dad and we can't find Dad. And we're just somewhere.
Dad?
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 Come on, boy, or it'll be too late.
Dad is playing hide and seek. Okay, wanna play hide? And that's even coming from Trick Spot. Look at that. You guys see that? What the hell is that? I hear something. Oh.
Dad?
Come on, boy, or it'll be too late.
Let's get inside. I want some Taco Bell, man. We've been talking about Taco Bell every day, and I haven't gotten any yet. I want a loaded potato grill. I don't know why I'm just craving it. About the potatoes, something. No idea. Why does he run like he's pounding beef? Whoa, what just happened?
Daddy?
Right. That's cool, solid. Yeah. I'll probably be getting on some Call of Duty soon. I was supposed to get on earlier, but the crew I was supposed to get on with, they weren't. Let's see who's out. Maybe we'll do some like late night call, chill, just chat session. Oh, a couple people. Did Speedy ever get it yet? Solid. what's whatever that is. Found some beef. Yeah, it does feel like we're like to make something here, right? Brian Alexander Morgan. I knew it. Oh wait, Morgan. York Morgan. That's me. So that's my dad, Brian. I'm confused. Did Harry tell the story of me? Oh, this is some mobile jobo. What? Oh, you got 2 more minutes, Zeus. You know what? I hope I don't win it, but I just want to type A. Guys, let's get some Jenga. Jenga's a pretty easy one. You do win coins. You can't lose them. You win a pretty good amount. Or the chances of losing are less likely. Let's just say that. What are we doing here? I forgot what does TrickSpot give you a message saying not yet, or you have to wait, or what, or is it just not letting you guys do it?
Are you okay?
Check the Jenga. Dog. Oh, there's a 2-minute cooldown for Jenga. Okay, this is a 2-minute wait, guys. 120 seconds. This game is weird.
You are waiting here for someone, aren't you?
The person you are waiting for will be here soon.
What the heck? The peace sign.
Grandpa, wake up!
Oh, this was the beginning of the game. I remember this part.
Grandpa, hey!
Oh, Emily. Sorry, my dear. I must have fallen asleep.
That's enough napping for today. Tell me the rest of the story.
Yes, of course. That was our promise, wasn't it? Before I continue on, though, I've got a little gift I want to give you.
Wow. It's pretty.
Consider it a protective charm. like a signpost.
That's my character, but I'm a grandpa.
Through your life.
A signpost?
One day, my dear, you will find out one of the truths of this world. That the world is filled with contradiction and inequality. When that day comes, how you respond, what you do, that will be the instant that determines.
Yeah, that's me, look. What?
This pendant will show you the way in that moment.
The value of my life?
Yes, dear, the value of your life. I have faith that you will grow up into a woman who can make the right choices. Do you understand, Emily?
We come toward the climax. As the angel said, I was soon fated to meet him. What do you think of those dreams, Zach? So I do care for Emily. What about you? We should take this opportunity and talk about this a bit.
My microphone.
If I hadn't seen Yor come into the bar, well, you wouldn't have found this place, would you? Now, how about that? I guess I've always been lucky when luck was needed. That's why I've been able to stay in business, too. Although we have Willie to thank for finding this room, I suppose. He's got a great nose. Clever, too.
Wow.
A great businessman if he wanted to be.
What happened to Thomas?
I owed you guys one anyway. And I owed York big time, too. You guys didn't tell anyone about that whole thing with Diane. I want to help you guys out. Is there anything I can do?
Kaysen, I appreciate the offer. But this is a police matter. You can leave everything to us from here.
Oh, well, okay.
George, look.
Wait, so I'm not here?
These cigarettes. They're the same brand that York smokes. He's definitely been here.
Carol's been missing since the bar closed last night. This town will be deserted if this keeps up.
What do you think is really happening here in Greenvale?
Emily, let's focus on looking for York. I just hope there are more leads than a cigarette butt around here.
Hey, Willie, of course! You can track his scent, can't you, boy? What do you think, officers? Let him help you out, why don't you? Oh, he'd make a fine police dog.
I told you we don't need...
Sounds good, Kaysen. We need all the help we can get. Come on, George. Let's let them help us.
But they are civilians.
Do you have a better plan? As we speak, York might be...
Wow. Getting deep. That nuke command keeps jumping in those slots a lot, guys.
All right. Let's have them help.
Where did I find it?
But
You don't want to know, Zeus.
York missing in action.
I like weird games, bro.
And York would give me hell if something bad happened to you guys. So promise me you'll call for backup at the first sign of danger.
Yes, of course.
I think we're missing something here. So I'm going to look around a bit longer. You go with Kaysen and follow York's trail.
Thank you, George.
I mean, Thomas
counting on
making
you, boy.
biscuits in the beginning of the game
Welcome
kind
to
of
the
makes
force,
sense.
Deputy Willie.
Happening to us.
Let's get rolling then.
Okay, I'm counting on you,
Got
Willie.
Oh, what? How do you bark with your tongue
Not
sticking out?
counting on me, though, are you? Sheesh.
Oh, I get to play as Emily? What?
Hey, where are you going? Deputy Willie, he's over here. Come on, hurry.
Oh, I can't save it?
Hey, where are you going? Deputy Willie, he's over here. Come on, hurry.
Check this out. Check this out. I didn't know we could play as different characters. That's cool. Awesome. Alright, here we go, here we go. Where we going, Willie? Where we going? Where we going? Okay, where'd he go? I don't even know what song this is. Does anybody know what song this is? There's no cars. I'm just gonna run in the street. He doesn't crouch. I don't think he really plays. It just probably just during this scene, I guess. Here we go. Willie, where are we going? Okay. This guy's weird because he likes to carry his plant everywhere. Oh, for a big guy, he can run. And ladies and gentlemen, right now we have a race against Emily and Kaysen. Emily seems to be in the lead, but Kaysen is definitely keeping up while he is running with boots and his overalls, right? Overalls, whatever you want to call them, with his plant in his hand. We're by a bunch of houses. Over here.
He can be a little selfish, but he's a good dog. He stayed with me all this time, through all the good and the bad.
How long have you been together?
Oh, we go back a long time. I can't even remember a time when he wasn't around.
I had a dog when I was small, too. He was a beagle, so we named him B. Stupid name, I know. He hated being left alone and always followed me around. I could tell him anything, even things I couldn't tell my parents. He'd look into my eyes and listen intently to anything I had to say. It's like he sympathized, and he didn't make fun of me. He would just listen. When I was done talking, he'd put a paw on my thigh. My worries just faded away when he did that. Made me feel like I was just a fool for worrying
It's okay,
so
Zeus.
much.
I think a few of them went to Call of Duty right now.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes I think they got a lot more wisdom than us humans. Even if they are betrayed. Well, they don't see it that way. Sure sounds foolish, but you know dogs, why, they're always happy. I'm positive that even if man perishes off the face of the earth, dogs, why, they'll just carry on, regardless. They see everything, you know. From their dog houses, they look out and they see what humans do.
Kaysen.
Uh-oh.
Oh, look, Deputy Willie's calling for us. He's always like that. Let's get back to the chase.
Back to the chase. That was a weird little conversation we just had. You just howl like a wolf. Oh, you're not gonna beat me, Kaysen. No, not today. Emily's going in the lead. Oh. I'll cut you. Hey, Kaysen, wait. Hey, come here. Hey. Don't cut the tree. All right, Kaysen, he reruns pretty fast. You going in here? No. Here we go. Ah, we're getting somewhere.
Thomas, I know that you're there. Your disposition is not of my concern. But you do need to stop this. Untie me. Let me go. Right now. And you and Carol should take off. Go as far away as you can. Open a bar or a diner in a new town. With your cooking, I know you do well.
Why, thank you, York. You're so kind. Unlike him.
If I had someone like you, things may not have come to this.
What?
York, have you ever been in love with someone?
Thomas, a long time ago, I witnessed two people that I really cared about die.
What a
Both
weird conversation I had while
at the
being
same
tied
time.
up.
And since then, I've tried not to care about anyone so deeply, but recently that way of thinking has changed.
Emily, right? She's a nice girl.
You're fired! But I must warn you, York. You'd be better off not falling in love with her.
Thomas, considering the circumstances, whatever I say might not be important to you, but I'll say it anyways. Don't you dare touch Emily.
York, I think I've said too much.
It's natural to respond when someone talks to you, I guess. Everything will end tonight. You just stay there until then.
I knew there was something wrong with this guy. Wait, we got like an electric pole over there. Thomas is leaving out at the door, guys. We gotta check our surroundings. Looks like we're underground. It feels like. You stay. Hey, what the heck? Oh, the music soundtracks are just so random. All right. No. Hey, can I save the game now? Thank you. Am I gonna be playing as Emily for the rest of the game? Oh, what the? Does she sees that, or? Oh, we're going to the police department. I don't get it. What the heck?
What's wrong? Something's bothering you.
Oh, no, it's just... I promised to have tea with Polly. I just remembered.
What's that got to do with anything?
Yep, you're right. This just isn't the time, I know. But it's... well, she reminds me of my mother who passed away.
Kaysen.
I've been a salesman for a long, long time. I never had time to talk with my mother, you know. Sales, they were the thing for me. No matter what happened, this was more important. So even when she was sick, I put more energy into my work, which I regret now. And you know, when I heard she died, I was on my way home, all happy. I closed a big deal in Jersey. Just when you want to give something back, you got no one to give it back to. Well, that's when I met her, Polly. I thought heaven had given me another chance. I really did. So I always stay in that hotel whenever I come up here. Oh, sure, the rooms are great, but in all honesty, I go there because I want to talk with Polly.
Does Polly know all this?
No way. I'd never say anything so embarrassing to her. She'd think I've got some crazy mother. You're fired!
Oh, yeah.
Right, let's get going. Deputy Willie disapproves of any chit-chat. I'll make it up to Polly some other time, I guess.
It's nice to watch a stream and not have to sit watching an ad for a while. Yeah, it's that sub badge, bro. Yeah, we do ad-free viewing for subs. Some channels don't. I don't know why. Like, what's the point of being a sub if you gotta watch ads, right? You know, you go to those websites and they just say donate $1 or $2 or $5 a month and do ad-free viewing. I mean, that's the way to go. So, dog care keeps stopping. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Zach, I'm hungry, but I can't do much about that at the moment.
Thomas is certainly a great cook.
It's a shame to keep his cooking hidden out here in the countryside. Don't you think so, Zach?
Ugh.
Which reminds me, there's another great cook in town.
Nick.
To fall in love with her would mean that I would need to love her cooking, too. Why does God test us so, I wonder?
That coffee she made. Man, did that pack a punch. I wish you could have tasted it, Zach.
What the heck? Okay, so now what? Did we just run all the way to the diner? I bet you that's what we're doing. Isn't that what we just did, though? Like, didn't we just come from there? Oh, we're not going to the diner, or are we? Where are we going? No. Oh, the diner, not the bar.
It's only a hunch now, but I don't think Nick killed Diane.
What do you mean?
Me and Diane, we were, you know, pretty close. Sure, some people might have moral issues about it all, but I'd like to think that I knew her pretty well. Every time we finished talking, she'd bring up art. I'd make a face, you know, boring. And she'd always say, "You're so different from Nick. He's so much more intelligent."
Sounds like something she'd say.
Nick was one of the few people who she could talk to, you know. And vice versa for Nick, I suppose. Diane also told me that she was best friends with Nick. He'd have nothing at all to gain by killing her. I can't believe that one would try to kill the other. I just can't.
But even the best of friends can end up in the worst fights.
Still, the voices and footsteps I heard that night, they were something else. Much more violent, more horrifying. Diane's voice sounded different, too. Different. Hard to explain. Of course, I couldn't make out what she was saying.
You told York all this?
Of course I did.
What did he say?
I know, that's fine. Something like that.
So we're probably underneath in a diner.
Let's go then, and catch Diane's killer.
Okay, let's go. So where are we going right now? Where is the dog taking us? And why come? Oh, we're going to buy another phone.
Hey, where are you going? Deputy Willie, he's over here. Come on, hurry.
For 2 years, 7 months, and 6 days. All right. Oh yeah.
Zach, about Emily.
What is going on with
Don't
this?
you feel almost nostalgic looking at her?
I don't think I've ever felt that way looking at a woman before.
No.
The character's going crazy down here.
It's a long time ago now, though. Do you remember that incident, Zach?
Anyways, I was very
I
surprised.
feel like Ace Ventura with these pants on.
Not in a funny way, don't get me wrong. It was really exciting, though. I thought I heard my heart thumping inside, you know?
It's inappropriate during an investigation. Right, Zach?
My character's losing his marbles right now. Take it. Alright, yeah, I think sometimes you gotta watch that. When you hit that refollow, it screws it up, bro. Oh, look, I'm running off track. Where am I going? Holy crap! There we go. Now I'm beating Kaysen. On point that time. Yeah, you did good, bro. Where is he taking us? I'm following the dog.
Hey, where are you going? Deputy Willie, he's over here. Come on, hurry.
What the heck? Wow, he did that so you can get in front of me. You cheating little you. Hacks. Hacker. I'm gonna catch back up to you, Kaysen. Oh, I'm gonna beat you. Oh, I'm gonna beat you. Take a shortcut. Oh yeah, Kaysen. Can't cheat now. Railroad track. Hey, we're running across the whole village.
Are you close to the Ingrams?
No, I mean, well, I always say hi when I see them at their store.
Don't you think they make a wonderful family?
I guess so. Including Jim, I suppose they do.
Indeed they do. The ideal family, I'd say. You know that I look after Isaac and Isaiah pretty often, right? They talk a lot when I take them out. Yesterday, Mama and Papa, and this morning, Grandpa. Always about their family. Just listening to them makes me feel so happy. I don't have any brothers, you know. Maybe I'm a little jealous of those two. That's why when I come here, I always pay them a visit. Greenvale is really like a second home to me.
I can tell.
Deputy Willie's calling again. Enough about me. Let's get going.
Back into the basement again?
For some reason in the darkness,
Oh my god, Jim. What
see
the
him
heck
in
are
his
those?
face.
Grandpa? Oh my god, from
I
Hey
first met
Arnold?
her on the bridge,
Or no, wait.
so
Yeah, from Hey Arnold? I could have told that was Courage the Cowardly Dog or Hey Arnold.
her eyes when she argues every word I say, her blonde hair lit by the dawn, eating steak at the diner,
That guy's going crazy about Emily.
the horror on her face in the gallery, and that coffee she made. And it's like she's a goddess in a tight dress.
Zach, let's pray that she doesn't become a real goddess.
Wow. What is wrong with my guy? He is fascinating about a lady while he's about to be tortured and cut to pieces. Maybe we're going to be hung up like a... Oh, it's raining. Oh, this is bad. The Kaysen is all along with this dog. This is bad news, guys. This is when the Raincoat Killer comes out. Oh, we are really running for it, aren't we? Oh, it's storming now, guys. It is storming it up. Yep. He was whistling every time he talks, right? The old man from Family Guy. Oh, from Family Guy? Man, I'm way off. Oh, there's that clock thingy that Harry was talking about.
Willie, York is nearby?
Uh-oh.
Good job, Willie. Can we stop running now, please?
Something's wrong here. Something's wrong here, guys. One thing that helps Emily is that, wow, look, now I beat Kaysen. One thing that helps us here is that, she's a cop. Was it? Yeah, there's something up with this place. I think Thomas was like related to the soldiers or something. Look at those emotes. Yeah.
Hey, so we took the long route here. You weren't playing with us, were you?
George, we've found out where York is. George? George! Kaysen, I'm going in alone.
Hey, you didn't forget what George said.
No, I haven't. And that's why you get to stay out here and keep trying to contact him. I'm just going to check things out. I'll stay out of danger.
Uh-oh.
Trust me.
I like that one, Jay.
Okay,
that one's pretty
if you
cool.
say so. I'll take care of this here.
Oh, I get to play as Emily? So she plays in this world too? I don't get this game. She reminds me of like Sybil Bennett from Silent Hill. Oh my god, I like the zombies. What's wrong with her?
Freeze!
She's never seen this before?
Stop right there! Stop!
Oh, so this is her first encounter with these things. Uh-oh.
What the hell?
She has no idea what she just put herself into. Uh-oh.
York, Emily is here. Time to say goodbye then.
Thomas, let me tell you one more time. It's not too late. I can help you. Just untie me and let me go. If you don't, the situation will be irreversible, unfixable.
York, no situation is reversible. Didn't you know that? Everyone, everything proceeds along a path preordained by fate.
You like the old one better? Yeah, I kind of do
then.
too.
I wonder who'll be the next person to open this door. Well, whoever that person is will be the one to decide your fate.
Wow.
Zach, what was I supposed to say? All I can do now is wait.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I don't like it either. I feel like there's She doesn't crouch or anything. She has like a weird posture. Oh, all she has is unequip and equip. 9mm handgun. Okay, but how does she look on items though? Alright, she has some bandages, a first aid kit, and one. Alright, so we got some healing items. Anything else though? Yeah. I don't know, bro. You just started to get used to the old one? Yeah. No, I agree totally. I would say like they try to make it user friendly, but I feel like now they put less on the screen to not confuse people. Like I'm looking at it right now. What I notice is that now everything you just hit the you know, 3 lines and it's all categorized now. It's just all broken down. That's all it is. I think you can leave these open. I'm not sure. Let me refresh. No, so you gotta drop them down every single time. That's annoying. Yeah, that is pretty annoying. Alright, let's go and move on. Oh, what the? Who do I attack first? Wait for me. Load it up there, Emily. Alright, guys, we're holding it down. At least for her, I'm not wasting too much ammo. She's got a good shot. Coming for man, she's gonna get herself in trouble. Gosh. Oh, there. Try to grab me? What's wrong with you? We'll take the shotgun ammo, even though she doesn't even have a shotgun. All right, let's gotta move on out of here. She moves quick. Like, look, she has a. You could tell she wasn't like a. Is that it? Yeah. Oh, I'm getting those headshots rewards. What's blocking me? Move! There we go. Oh, what the? What the heck? That zombie's on fire! Alright, we gotta watch ourselves here, guys. Move up. See, I don't like that black stuff in the wall because they can, like, crawl out through that, you know. Hey, how high is this place? You just wanted a hug. No hug for me, no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Thanks, buddy. Alright. Gotta make each shot count because some of them drop things, some of them don't. It just depends. It makes her run faster. It's that. Yeah. This must be, bro. Look at her. She's on the road. She's an Olympic. Oh. Yeah, I'm in trouble. Run back. Stop moving! I'm trying to like one-shot them, but I can't because. Okay, I think we cleared up here, guys, which is good. None of them really dropped anything. Such a rip-off. I could have just ran past these guys to be real. I'm gonna be twerking, right? Okay, we got sleep. Save. We'll definitely take the medical supplies here. Let's save up real quick. She really need a sleep dog? No, she does or not. Ah, everything's full on her. What's the point of her sleeping? Oh. Yeah, I'm on episode 9 right now. The 9 episodes on this. But I feel like we're getting towards the end of the game, guys. I definitely feel the end. It's definitely near. We're not even gonna go to sleep, there's no point. We did save it, so. This is it. She doesn't know what she's in for. Okay, so now we're back into the regular world, I guess. You better have your gun out and ready because he's gonna get confused with Thomas. She's too kind-hearted. He's probably dressing up as a cop again. Use her. So where is Carol? Speaking of that, I think our game just crashed. No, never mind. Oh, I skipped the cutscene. Go back. I want to watch the cutscene, yo.
Previously during...
Okay. Well, let's go back in. I don't want to miss that. Let's see what happened here. Let's let it load because I pressed something and it skipped it. Episode 4. Oh, you mean like the game? Well, no, like my title is episode 9. Yeah. But the game... There's no cutscene. hell's going on?
You pig! How's this? Take this! Take this! Take this! How's this? Dodge this!
Whoa.
You won't have it your way! I won't let you take him! I'll show you how serious I am! I'll turn you into hamburger meat!
What the heck?
What the deuce? Take this! Eat this!
Something really wrong with you, bro.
Take this! How's this? How's this? Take this! Take this! Take this! You pig! You're gonna die, Emily! You're gonna die, Emily!
The heck? Did I do it right? No way to go. This game is weird. It feels like the chapters are going weird with the episodes. Like it doesn't make sense. Like I don't get it. It's like it goes back and forth. Like I don't know. The cutscenes are not working. Not good, guys.
Zach, was that a gunshot? I hope nothing terrible has happened.
Uh-oh. Oh. Hey.
Hey, Willie. Are you here with your owner?
Oh, wow, that's a smart dog. There's a med kit over there. I see that med kit. What the heck happened? Now we're free to do things. So first, let's grab the med kit because we need it. First of all, we need that. That's gonna help us tremendously here, guys. And then we have sleep, which I'm not gonna worry about. Let's double check. Sleep, we're looking good, right? Because we slept enough on that chair. All right, let's save that game up real quick. We missed the cutscenes though, man, but it's all good. Maybe I could see something. Alright, let's go. Okay, so... there's Emily right there. Hold on. Casey's there too. Oh boy.
Hey!
York! Are you okay?
I'm fine. Got to spend some quality time with Zach. I heard gunshots. Did you get our man?
York, Thomas is dead. I shot him. He tried to kill me.
Thomas. I suppose that this is the fate you talked about. But Emily, what about the murderer?
I just told you I had to shoot Thomas.
Thomas's actions may have surprised you, I understand that. But our job is to catch the killer, isn't it? You didn't let the killer get away.
York, are you saying that Thomas was not responsible for the murders?
Uh-oh.
What? That makes no sense.
It's gotta be Kara
Emily,
or
are you out of
Nick.
your mind? Thomas was certainly neck deep in this. But he didn't kill the girls. He has concrete alibis for all 3 murders. He also doesn't have the reverse peace symbol on his back. These are basic facts that for sure you haven't forgotten.
Then who?
I need you to be strong, Emily. If Thomas is not the killer, then there is only one other possibility.
Where's George?
The only one with free access to the department files and doesn't have an alibi at the time of the killings. Love G himself.
George? George is the killer? And since when did you start thinking this?
I wasn't sure to start with, but you saw the pictures, right? In that secret room in Carol's bar. That was when I became 100% positive.
But George didn't have the tattoo on his back.
Ah, right. He doesn't have a tattoo on his back, but there is a pattern there.
What do you mean?
Emily, I'm not saying that the pattern was the tattoo. Remember what Harry said. There isn't a single thing that can maintain its shape for eternity. And George's back is a perfect example.
Hey, you two! Could you explain this so I can understand what's going on?
Emily, come in.
Emily here. I've rescued Agent York from the clock tower. Thomas is dead. I was forced to shoot him.
I see. And you two are both all right?
York is a little weak, but we're heading back to the department now.
Okay. I'll do the same.
Funny how he contacted us now. Wow, Love G himself. Wow, so Thomas and George had a...
Emily,
Twisted.
George is a friend of yours, isn't he?
Yes.
Then what we are about to do is going to be tough to deal with. Are you willing to go through with this?
York, I'm deputy sheriff. This might be a small town, but I take pride in that. It's my duty to make sure that we catch all the bad guys in Greenvale. Even if it means facing an end that I would never have hoped for.
Okay. Then let's get moving. This case is going to end at the sheriff's department.
Wow. But Carol's still missing.
This is madness! Willie, come on, let's go with him. Chickening out now would be like leaving after eating the appetizers.
Oh, man. I mean, it does make sense. But then... that might explain why George didn't want the dog to help. Wow. It might be George. is gonna be a big scene now. We're home.
Emily, I'm going in from the front. You secure the back.
Okay.
What should I do?
Kaysen, stay at the entrance.
No, don't cut me out now. If this was a movie, I'd be some minor nameless character. And I thought I was the cheerful sidekick that helps solve the case.
That's an interesting character, though. Oh boy, now we're at the weird police department. Well, we're not alone. Let's get ready. That's why George cut the cord, though. You know, he cut the cord on Becky because he knew. Dang. He was at the place, waiting, supposedly. I mean, it does add up. Guys like Solid
Zach,
Snake
I
smokes a
thought
lot
we
of
might
cigarettes.
get a warm welcoming.
All right, shoot it. I'm not carrying any more items. Toolbox. All right, guys. So there's a lot going on here right now. Oh boy. This was probably the main room we needed to go to. We got Cracker. Ooh, Cracker sounds pretty good. This is George's place. Okay, let's save it first. Oh my god, I didn't save it. Let's open. Okay, so we got the saber. Stuff put away. The only thing I don't have is AR. Able to get to be saved. Wow, so it was George the whole time? Needed a hidden room? Oh boy. Hey, you got the key for the hidden room. Let's go. Well, at least we kept Emily safe, but we gotta be careful because George might still harm. Start it up, Jay.
You go through it.
Save it again, just to be safe, because the game likes to crash a lot, and we gotta save, and let's go. We're gonna be ready for us. That's Partag.
Bullseye. Great. Bullseye.
Alright. Extra for killing enemies? Cool. Key for cell number 9. So we actually do have to take down these enemies anyway in order to get keys. Alright. Why not? Let's just finish you out there, buddy.
Nice shot. Nice shot. Bullseye.
He's down and out. We'll get some points for that. We did get a headshot, so give me some. Well. And we don't get any items, so let's go ahead and carry on.
Great. Amazing. Great. Amazing.
Oh, you tried to grab me. You saw that? Hey, what?
Amazing. Bullseye. Bullseye. Great. Great. Yes. Nice shot. Bullseye. Yes.
I'm gonna shoot him in the face. I don't know where I'm shooting at. I want that. Yeah, I want to make sure we put that in the. I don't want to carry that on me, but that is a fresh one that we'll need later on. Actually, switch weapons. SMG there.
Great. Amazing. Great.
Oh.
Bullseye. Nice shot. Great. Amazing.
What is this? I think I have a can of pickles on me, so we'll go ahead and grab it because then that's going to be 2 of them. Alright, let's reload.
Great.
I just realized that thing is not in mirror reflection, just me.
Bullseye.
The only one. Put it away. We got enough stabilizers on us already. What did this guy drop? Oh, he dropped the key, number cell 2. Okay, so we had to go in this room anyway. Okay, so let's go. Let's dash him out. Dash in through the room. In search of something. These look like a bunch of raincoats in here.
Yes. Bullseye. Great. Bullseye. Nice shot.
Wow, my aim. Grab the med kit, guys, because we're going to need it. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and send that in. Ooh, yeah. Turn in a sandwich too. Why does that sandwich look so good? Like I want to eat it.
Great. Nice shot. Yes.
Down and out. This is a bunch of like the in this room. None of you guys dropped a key for me though. Put the shovel away, guys. Put that shovel away. Nothing in this room, guys. Head on out. Coffee black. Yeah, we're gonna be swell. Bum 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 bum. Let's check other room. The room before Thomas was like always in it too. behind this cabinet number 1? Oh, what the? Come on out, buddy.
Yes, great. Bullseye.
Gotcha. Next one. Press the button. Oy!
Amazing.
Aiming in this game is so weird. Like, oh, you dropped the key. Yeah, key cell number 6. Okay. A bunch of labeled room with keys. Probably another enemy in here, but we'll do it anyway. Wait for it. Oh, I can't even shoot him in there? Really?
Great. Bullseye.
Alright, he's down and out. Good, let's get out of here.
Bullseye.
Oh, what you drop? Key cell number 3. Alright, we're going down. Oh, these are all the cell keys. Oh, we're going in the basement. Oh, it's gonna get interesting. I always kind of figured it would be,
Nice shot. Amazing.
This is weird. Oh, it's gonna keep coming.
Amazing. Bullseye. Yes.
Yeah, you're right behind that wall, and you can stay right over there. Don't you dare. Hey, we got the keys. Let's go inside. Put all these away. Good. I don't know, like this game, I guess, I think we are supposed to sleep. Like, look, we're good. This part of the game, there's no point. Gee, that's cell number... else. There's another key. We'll probably get to it soon. Or maybe it was... I don't know. Break this box, guys, so we can get whatever's in here real quick. Got her? I want to check all these other rooms first. We never got the Magnum or the AR. There's 2 guns in this game that probably would have helped us big time.
Great. Amazing.
Medium kit. Oh, I should have seen if I needed it or not. Yeah, cool. Just 1 cage we're missing.
Amazing.
He'll drop the key. Yep, I think so. Just got the cell key. Because we never know. There we go. We took away that thing now. Nothing. There's nothing else up top? I have to come back for it. The game, guys. We definitely want to save the game. Okay, we got that. Next room? Holy shoot, what the? one heavy door. Oh, I have to keep putting it the whole way. Oh, okay. Hold it the whole time. Get your back into it. Come on! Push it! Push it! And then once we get in, we're gonna be stuck. Get open. Chow. Okay, cool. Bedroom. This is a very bad room. The dog? Brace ourselves and get ready, guys. Here they come. Bunch of them. This is when we bring out the shotgun. Okay. Oh, what the? No! They shot me in the face with a shotty. Gotta do the, oh, you messed up, Solid. I don't think watch time works, though. Not here. Bum bum dum 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 bum bum bum. There you go. But the one we really use the most is the powers command. Here. There we go. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna do this again, and this time, shotgun ready.
You're fired!
Load it up, guys. We're loaded up. Okay, we got another little crowbar here, guys. Is it really? Yeah, it goes slow. Carol's earring. It is Carol, so it's not. I don't know if it's George or Carol or what. I showed you how to do all that. I know. I got you, bro. You already know. You're right. Heck? Let me guess. Peace. We got Carol's earring. Yeah, so whatever happened to Carol? She just went missing in the game. Like, we've never known what happened to her. Oh, here goes the cigarette again. Here it goes. looking pretty good. Carol did just kind of go MIA. Got a hair? Oh wait, what?
Carol!
Just the peace sign. Well, Emily can see this world then. She's in trouble now. He ate the seeds.
Carol!
Uh-oh.
Are you okay?
George. George did this to you. Thomas. He's dead. I shot him. I had to. Carol? Carol?
Oh! Wow. Hopefully she didn't swallow the seeds.
Kaysen! Kaysen, quick!
Uh-oh. Oh boy.
Rush to the hospital. She needs a full stomach and liver cleansing.
York, you need to come too. She needs...
No, I have to take care of something here.
But I can't take her alone.
Please, Kaysen.
Okay, I'll do it. Fast. But if something happens, don't blame me, okay?
Just go!
Wow, that was all. The dog is in the doghouse without being strapped in. Is that even safe? Is that even safe?
Tell Zach.
So George is not here. Carol was. So now we know what happened with Carol. But she was set up, I guess. She wanted to take out... Whoa. Oh, it is George. This is it, guys. We're at the end. All the ones that were made to go. I don't get it. This is it, guys. I think we're at the end of the game. I think we're really getting close to the conclusion here. We got this. Look at Zach's view. I don't think it's gonna let us watch the movie. It's like it's frozen. Oh, there we go. I think it just loaded us. Oh boy. We're in trouble, so we gotta go back inside. The police department wasn't as safe as we thought it was. An ice axe for an ice axe? I mean, there's so many things we can get. Alright, we have to brace ourselves, guys. I think this is it. We're about to go head on with the raincoat killer. Oh boy. Take that puff.
So, Zach, I'm thinking of asking Emily out for dinner once this is all over.
Wow.
Nothing too fancy. Just somewhere where we can relax. You know what? Nick's Diner might be a good idea. I think I owe him a nice big tip, too.
Oh boy. Where's he going? Yep. Police station definitely looks a little different here. Let's look around.
Amazing. Great. Bullseye. Nice shot. Amazing.
Jeez, how many shots do you need? We're gonna go with the submachine gun.
Bullseye. Bullseye. Yes. Great.
Oh, sounds good. Wendy's. Sounds...
Yes. Amazing. Bullseye. Great. Great. Amazing. Yes.
Hey, you still alive?
Yes. Bullseye. Great. Great.
Come on.
Yes. Great. Yes. Amazing. Bullseye.
Jeez, they take a lot of bullets. They take a lot of bullets. They take a lot of bullets. Bullets. They take all. We got a room in here. What do we got? A room of a room. Some things that we can push. So you telling me the entire time we're playing this game, the problem was the actual police station? We need to break this thing. There we go. We're moving it in. What we got? Observe? This is Thomas's desk. Thank you, Solid. I really appreciate it, bro. Thank you for the host. I really do appreciate it. This is the room with the, of course it looks very different now. What's with the moose heads? Okay, alright. It's upside down. Is there some hidden... Okay. Upside down ones. Okay, hold on. Before we go doing everything. Okay. Oh. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? I think we need the steel pipes, guys. Let's go ahead and grab that crowbar, guys. Yo, Solid, I really appreciate it. How long are you gonna be up for a while, Solid? You want, I just kind of, I'm at the end. What else do we have? We have a few things we got to do here. We got to grab some steel pipes, and I think that's what I did. Oh gosh, here they come. Here they come. Alright, we got these all coming up. Look at that.
Great. Great. Yes.
I'm gonna die. Check our items real quick. Yeah, we got some med kits, so that's pretty good. Let me switch weapons here. Check them bullets. Back into items. I want to kind of see how we look on ammo capacity here. Handguns, we got 2. Submachine gun. Wait. Oh, we got 200 submachine gun. Or they share the same bullets. 9mm, 10mm, I guess. 70. Alright, let's go. You just got done playing on the TV? What did you, I'm in trouble. The heck? He's having a fun time playing games. Did you get your Astros yet, Solid? That's what Thomas was saying. This is Biscuit. Yeah, Biscuit. Know what this? He just went in here and disappeared. They're behind us. Let's reload it up. Waiting on the cord that I ordered. Oh wait, you need a cord? Oh, you probably need like the meter jack, whatever. Holy mackerel! What the? This guy has lost his marbles, guys. Fight this guy? What the heck? That's it, come on. I'm not doing no damage to him. That's why I gotta get close to him? I'm here wasting my bullets. Oh, it's okay, Solid. No worries, bro. You got this, dude. You got this, bro. What are you gonna give me here? Nothing? Ball club? Oh, I can't carry. I can't even put it there anyway. Keep it moving to the other rooms. See, the hairy guy does that. Alright, so we moved it to the toolbox, which is great. Small med kit, we're not gonna really need that on us right now. That's it, let's go. This room again? Let's keep moving, let's keep moving. Oh, no, go back up again. I gotta grab the item. I need to grab the item. Check the thing. I get it right now. Stabilizer? No, we don't need it right now. Yeah, around this time it kind of slows down, to be honest. All good. A lot of them are playing games, just watching the chat. Like, if I call some of their names, they'll respond. But, you know. Okay. 2 more. And we are good. Nothing. This one. And nothing. Okay, so we just got this one we're gonna go through. Come on. Alright, Mr. Raincoat Killer. It's locked? Shoot. Need a key. Reload this thing. We didn't go through this area yet, so. We kind of been here before. I hope we don't have to fight those crawling lady thingies. Oh, we just might. Hold on, before I go there, grab this. Save the game. Yep, got that save. 8. Alright. Okay, we did save it, so curvy tail flying squirrel keys. Oh, we're in big trouble with these. Not the same keys with George. He's gonna come out of there, watch. Oh. I knew it. Get up top. Okay, she's gonna fall down to the ground. Get ready for the dodge. Whammy! Alright, get to the wall. Good. Come on, show yourself. Top. There we go. We got her down, guys. Very good job. More. Go ahead and spit whatever it is you want to do. Good job, you missed. There we go, top. Oh, she's still alive. Swing! We got her just in time. Man, they don't drop anything too, and they use so many bullets.
Yes. Bullseye. Great. Nice shot. Great.
Aim from here?
Yes. Bullseye. Nice shot. Great.
Getting bullseye from a distance, pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, guys, we're ready to move on. Oh boy. Here, George. After you, buddy. Oh god, you're still hiding from it. Door.
Bullseye. Bullseye. Great. Bullseye. Great.
To my right. You have the best. I'm not worrying about you too much. You got the police department on your side. Look at you, bro. Okay.
Amazing.
Kind of remind me of the zombies from Resident Evil 2. A little bit. Got sort of what's going on there. Alright, yeah, you're down and out. Alright. Oh, we got a red hallway here, guys. That means we're in trouble. Oh, what the? Oh, cooked salmon. Why does that look so tasty right now? I love all of that. Bandages? Yeah. We're not worrying about bandages right now. Oh! Oh, I just touched the fire like a dummy. There we go. Dare you try to come after me? Get out of here. There's too much fire, you see. I feel like the fire turns with the camera. Oh, okay. They're using that little cheesy. What is that? Doom? I think that's the game Doom, where they use like the texture tiles and they like turn with the camera. It's kind of cool. It works. It's effective, I guess. All right, here we go. We're going in. Another big room. Any fire? I don't know. Open up, nothing going on. Doesn't make any sense. Aid. Got a bunch of first aid, guys, but we're gonna put those away as best as we can so we have some extras, you know? Looks like a stock up room. Something's going on. What is going on? Piece of item here. Chocolate? Chocolate. Alright, let's move on and go through this door. This is probably what I knew it. George, you have to calm down, man. You are really on a rampage, aren't you? What is he throwing now? He's just throwing the axes. Let's get going, let's get running. We need to run right now. Ooh, you are on it, George, aren't you? Oh, you a mean little fella. Like how I dodge, George. Losing no health though, man. It's pointless going after this guy. I think he's trying to tell me something. What are you trying to be Pyramid Head or something? Is that what you're trying to do here, George? Let's end the rank legend. Alright, well then let's end him. It's showtime. Need to go after the shotgun guy here.
Amazing. Yes. Amazing. Yes. Bullseye.
This one tried to grab me.
Bullseye. Amazing. Yes. Great.
You guys are all pretty much down and out on that one. We're gonna have a creative clip here going on here. Okay, come on. Let's go. Let's go.
Bullseye. Bullseye. Amazing.
Headshots.
Nice shot. Amazing.
Okay. Into this hall? Huh. What's going on here?
Huh?
I sense danger, danger. No. Why would you do this? style. We're going to the Bahamas. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. We only got one way to go.
Amazing. Amazing. Yes. Amazing. Nice shot. Bullseye. Amazing. Bullseye. Amazing. Bullseye.
Jeez, the damage is real, yo.
Yes. Great. Bullseye. Nice shot. Great. Bullseye.
Are you down and out? No, you still alive?
Great. Amazing.
Jeez, how many hits do they need? Them shoot.
Nice shot. Great. Bullseye. Bullseye. Amazing.
Good job.
Amazing. Bullseye. Yes. Nice shot. Bullseye.
Out them out, guys. Down and out.
Nice shot.
All right, buddy. You gotta go down.
Yes. Great.
Down and down. Oh. Can't clear that shotgun. Shoot. There you go. About time you shoot that shotgun.
Great.
Good job. I'm so proud of you. You did a great job there.
Great. 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 Amazing.
All right, so he's down and out. Is there more zombies? That's right. Come on, you guys are shooting. I'm pretty much standing in the fire range. Is what I was just doing just now, but it's all good.
Great. Great. Great.
Are you saying let you die? Is that what you're saying there? Everybody's gone mad. Out of here. Open sesame. In another long, creepy hallway. Nothing wrong with that. Like, huh? You know, the first shutter opened on you and open. Oh, we're down in the cells, so. It's going to happen now. But these cells are covered. The way is totally blocked. Oh boy. Press the wrong button. I'm about to press F. No. He's always like in and out of the about. He almost had me there. I will admit. You almost had me there, George. If it's even George. What? What's going on now? Pretty big room. Why is it so huge? We're getting on our point. Probably like secrets in this level, but man. Let's keep going to see what is going on. Oh, we got a pickaxe. Look at that. Ice axe. But you already know we're putting that bad boy. Like that. That's it. so this is the big deal, guys. Turkey sandwich looks like jellyfish fishing from Bikini Bottom. Okay, let's save it. Yep, save the game. And onways we go. With the cigarette again. Ooh, what the heck?
Welcome to Greenvale. Agent Francis York Morgan.
Ah, I finally got to see the real Greenvale.
I knew you country folk were shy. It took you long enough to show me who you really are.
York, this is a wonderful and powerful town. Especially when it is raining.
I always get depressed when it rains. Especially in this town.
Wow. Thank you, Thomas.
This town has two great treasures. Do you know what they are, York?
Those seeds are one of them. But I don't think they deserve to be called a treasure.
An ordinary man like you could never appreciate their true value. But you'll agree with
You took
my
a nap.
selection.
Naps are great, Thomas. Thomas, did you add me on Call of Duty, bro?
I don't disagree with treasure number 2. Emily sparkles like a precious gem.
This town changed since she came here. The goddess from the city gave us the fruit of knowledge and gave us sin.
He was the sheriff in town and a killer in the rainstorms.
I realized I was such a fool. A fool for being satisfied by the petty girls from this countryside town.
George, I agree you were a fool, and you are a fool, even now.
Shut it, York! You're the fool here. Becky, Diane, and Carol. They all died right in front of you. You couldn't save even one of them. Not even one. You're the worthless fool here, and that's what proves it. But me, unlike you, I am strong. I have power. My mother taught me, the strong, who can overpower others,
Oh yeah.
always
Oh yeah.
correct and right.
Have you tried a salad?
On my face with her stiletto heels because she had power. And when her heel pierced my cheek, I learned to respect her. Since then, I attained power of my own and found my own disciples. I became divine. All I need now is that goddess of fate and grab her with my hands. I want Emily in her stiletto heels.
You're out of your mind. The goddess won't smile for you anymore, George.
York, have you ever shot down a deer? Oh, it's so different from shooting a man. Deer hunting is great. They can be erotic creatures. Those black eyes, firm hips, slender legs. Hunting
Only
is
Microsoft? No, anybody can do it. Solid.
Did you know, York? From time to time,
George was the killer, Thomas.
comes down to the graveyard. I shot them.
This is George right now, the sheriff in town.
They still remain still.
Unbelievable, man.
First, I thought
Such a
they were
twisted
zombies.
story.
But when I snuck up on one, cut its stomach out, I found the truth.
Right.
The
But
rats.
if you wanted to like go live on Mixer Solid, you'll have to do it on a computer. I don't think you could do it through your PlayStation.
You'll fail the doping test. You'd be good food for wild animals, though.
Oh, isn't that me? Nah, Thomas, you were the one dressing like a woman. You got hung up in the clock tower in a chain.
Proves my divinity.
heck? What is he doing? Ate it? What the heck is going on? Oh yeah, he's lost
This
it.
is the mark my mother gave me. Proof of power. The red tree.
The red tree? You've got that all wrong, George. That's the mark of child abuse.
Very crazy game. Oh yeah.
That's no use, York. Carol's death gave me eternal strength. It's surging through my body. I can no longer be killed. York, aren't you honored? You'll be the first to congratulate me for my new powers.
Oh, we are in trouble. We are in big heap of trouble. Oh, we're in a ring. Oh, okay, buddy. You want to dance? Oh yeah, he's made with armor, guys. This ain't gonna work. What do I need to do here?
What's wrong? You're slow, city boy. Going to crush you.
Oh, I think I need to shoot behind him. That's what we need to do. We gotta get behind him, guys.
You think you're so clever.
Behind him it is. Oh, what the?
Going to crush you.
Oh, yes, you will not. Not today, George. You're dealing with Tricks 2007. One of the top FBI agents here in Glenville, Greenville, whatever this place is called. Yeah, you might be made out of armor. Here, I'm gonna switch up weapons here, guys. Get the SMG out.
Going to crush you.
Yeah, we're in trouble. Oh, we could shoot those things in the air? That's crazy. He's almost down and out, guys. He's almost down and out.
I am the chosen one. I am the chosen one. What's wrong? You're slow, city boy. You think you're so clever. I got maybe more.
Got him.
Getting Anna and Becky involved was all too easy.
Yeah, he Jason, right.
Built a secret club for me. All we had to do was tell them about it.
Take it.
They were giddy to join us immediately. That's where I used the seeds on Anna and Becky. Amazing results, let me tell you. They went berserk, like cats in heat. Anna, especially, enjoyed the seeds. So I made my decision. She would be the first sacrifice for my immortality.
What is wrong with this guy?
Your poetic prose is a bit confusing. Let me reword this so it makes sense. You chose Anna as your first victim, so you could be a first-degree murderer. And you framed Thomas so it looked like he did it.
You saw him, didn't you? All made up. Poor fellow.
He knew that he was only being treated as a substitute for Emily. He knew that. And Carol knew too. But they played along with your sick games.
Oh my, you're making me cry. He's the one who told me about the Raincoat Killer. About how to become divine, too. He didn't believe any of it, but when he told me, it all made sense. Why was I born in such a run-down dump? Why did my mother beat me every day? Why didn't Emily want me? All these things were just preparing me for something more. Ultimate power! Ah!
I feel like I'm watching a Dragon Ball Z show. He's like showing all his like powers, and the fight doesn't start for like another 10 minutes. We gotta take him out, guys. What the? He just became Super Saiyan.
With an imagination like that, you belong in the zoo.
Bring it on.
Hollywood Zoo.
Looks like Cabrakan from Smite. Cobra. What the heck?
Time to get serious, York.
Oh, I'm in trouble now, guys. I'm not kneeling for nothing there, buddy.
This is the end. Die! York, you'll pay for this! Let's settle this, York.
Turn around, buddy. Come on, turn around. I'm good at dodging. You ain't got nothing on me. Doing something. I'm worried. Seriously? Oh, you almost got me. Ooh.
Kneel before me, York.
Turn around just a little more, a little more. Come on, put your back towards me. Shoot.
Let's settle this, York.
Dang it, he's getting close to those hits, guys.
Die!
Dang it, I can't get a shot on him. Ooh.
Die! Let's settle this, York. This is the end. Die!
Alright, that's St. George. Oh my gosh. I gotta hit him from a distance. He's much easier to...
Let's settle this, York.
No!
Let's settle this, York.
Okay, dude. Alright, come on, come on. I'll get you from this angle.
It's not possible for me to die anymore.
Oh yeah? Well, we're about to change that today.
Ah!
Oh my god, I can't get an aim on him. Wow.
Let's settle this, York.
Get back into it.
It's not possible for me to die anymore.
Right? Look at this guy's hair, man. Wow. Aiming is so hard.
This is the end. Ah! Let's settle this, York. This is the end. Ah! This is the end. Ah!
Come on, man. He only needs a couple more hits, guys.
Let's settle this, York. This is the end. Ah!
He's one more hit, guys. One more hit, and he's down and out for the count.
It's not possible for me to die anymore. This is the end. Die, you scum!
Did I get him?
Why? 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 Why?
I gotta take him out, guys. Gotta take him out. Too carried away with his powers. He can't.
I didn't do anything bad. Why? Why are you doing this to me? It wasn't me. I didn't do anything.
Oh boy.
I have to apologize to Kahana, didn't I? I know I didn't with you. But still.
What?
I didn't do anything wrong. You know who it was. He's the one who made me do all this.
Who?
He's the one that gave me the wonderful present. And it filled me with confidence. And that was when I realized. That I am blessed.
Don't tell me he's not out yet. Oh boy.
No, you haven't. You have no right to hold on to it.
You mean this?
Wow.
Why are you so concerned about this locket?
I told you I'm the Chosen One. Only the Chosen One can own that locket. That's what he told me. Haha! I am special! I am!
Oh!
I am the chosen one. I am the chosen one. You puny punk. Be my slave, York.
Wow.
You puny punk. You puny punk. You puny punk. You puny punk.
Seriously?
You puny punk.
This guy spamming.
You puny punk. You don't think you can beat me, York?
Oh, he's too confident. I gotta check him out, guys. Wow.
This is the end. Die! This is the end. Die! This is the end. Die!
Gotta take his health down, guys. Take his health down big time.
Die!
Shoot.
This is the end. Die! Let's settle this, York.
Come on, come on.
This is the end. Die!
Too close, too close.
This is the end.
Yeah, he's gonna rebuild. I know it.
This is the end. Die!
Just a couple more hits, couple more hits.
This is the end.
Can't get a shot!
Die! Kneel before me, York.
Got him. Come on, man. Oh, that's so cheating. Seriously? All right, come on. Let me get an aim. Let me get an aim. Wow. I can't freaking hit his back. Come on, stop it. Oh my God. Oh my dear gosh. He's gonna regenerate. Dude, run, run. Why can't I move? He's gonna regenerate. Oh my dear jeez. The aiming is trash. Alright, bro. Just reload, reload, reload. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Oh my God. Now he's healing. Wow.
It's not possible for me to die anymore.
Oh, you're so bogus. Okay. Do what you do. Come on, let's go. Come on, come on, come on. Do the dash. There you go. Dash and a miss. And whatever.
Let's settle this, York. This is the end.
Oh my God. I can't hit him. Like.
Let's settle this, York. This is the end.
You're driving me crazy with all that.
This is the end.
Why, man? Just why?
Kneel before me, York.
Keep your back towards me. Come on, come on, come on. Thank you very much.
What? You scum.
Wow.
Let's settle this, York. This is the end. Die! Let's settle this, York.
Maybe with a shotgun I can do it. Come on. Can't. So Baloney. I hate that I can't move. Like, why the hell can I move? I can't aim right. Oh my gosh. Oh wow, what are you gonna do with steel pipe? It's gonna heal again. I hate that I can't move. Why? Oh my dude.
You don't think you can beat me?
See, here he goes. He's healing. Look. Alright, step away. Alright, guys. Keeps regenerating, guys, so let's get him down. Do your little health revive, whatever it is you do.
Let's settle this, York.
I hate this.
Kneel before me, York. York, you'll pay for this.
Come on, a couple more shots. A couple more shots is all I need.
Kneel before me, York.
Got him. How? I hit him! Wow. Oh my god, I hate this aim. You gotta be kidding me! How? He's right there, dude. Didn't even shoot that thing. Aiming is trash. Come on. Move the damn cursor already. Wow. Oh, you're... Oh my god, I'm... You're driving me nuts. Alright, let's take him out. You're really ticking me off here. George! Amy, it's crap. Alright, just come on. Come on. Yeah, do the dash. Move out the way. Just throw the axe. That's what you're gonna do next. Oh my god.
Let's settle this, York.
Can I hit him? Like,
This is the end.
yeah, aimbot, bro. Come on, man.
This is the end. Ah! It's not possible for me to die anymore.
Shut up.
Mark, you scum.
Seriously, man? Get the hell out of here, bro. Get me off. You know, I get it. Boss fight and all. Now he's just being annoying. Like, I was dominating this whole battle, and he just gets, like, cheap shots on me.
Let's settle this, York.
I hate this. Like, look, I take forever.
Kneel before me, York.
Seriously? I gotta get him from close range.
It's not possible for me to die anymore.
But he's gonna grab me. I don't want to be too far. Come on. Wow. You know what? What? I hit him! Whatever, dude. Come on, man. It didn't work. This is stupid. Can't shoot the axe. My God, man. Oh. Can't, bro. He'll grab me.
It's not possible for me to die anymore.
Alright, just shut up. Just come on. Attack me already. Run around, do your swing, whatever it is you do best. Are you done? When you're done glitching and ready to fight, you let me know. Come on. Come on, dude.
It's not possible for me to die anymore. What? You scum.
Seriously? Oh, man. I hate shooting him in the frickin' back. He's such a cheater, bro.
Kneel before me.
Let me shoot your back. Let me shoot your back. Just shut up. There we go. Take it. Accept it.
You scum.
Got him. All right, now. Wow. That camera angle, though. I got you now, boy. Wow. Doesn't matter, like I'm shooting him in the back and it does nothing. Not doing anything. Not working. I'm stuck standing still like an idiot. It doesn't do anything. Wow, so it's not attacking his...
Supposed to be divine.
Nothing else. Like on YouTube? Nah, I'm gonna fight him legit. That defeats the purpose of playing, bro. Like honestly, if I wanted to walk through, I'll just keep a walkthrough next to me, and I don't want to do that. I want the real feel. Feel me? Like I want to feel like I achieved it, not with hacks.
This is the end.
Unless he's glitched. God, dude, just turn your freaking back around.
This is the end.
Gotta get him at an angle like that. Like, it's just so...
This is the end. Die! Let's settle this, York.
See, I get hits on him now.
This is the end. Die! This is the end. Die! Let's settle this, York.
What the? I got a hit on him. I heard it. There's something else. Why am I stuck with this crappy camera? What the hell? Wow, so I needed to hit him with the hit. I guess I kind of figured, right? Wow. I shot that thing twice with a handgun. It didn't matter. So you need a shotgun to do it. Oh, I did it.
You're a first-degree murderer. And I'm a federal agent. George,
Wow.
of course you're going to lose.
Wow. Shot him in the cheeks. That was hard. That was harsh. There we go. I think we just made a new statue. We did it. Yes? That was... No wonder.
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, muévete para aquí, muévete para allá, dame tu cosita, ay.
Oh my god, we finally did it, guys. It's crazy. Alright, save it up, see what's going on next. Oof. See if Emily... wait, we're not done. What's going on here? Valentine Morgan. Valentine Morgan. Yeah, that's the guy I was talking about from Harry.
You will also be able to return back soon. Very soon, you'll be able to go back to where you came from.
Nice. Okay, we just saw her twice. Okay. Oh gosh, here's Thomas. Thomas, here you are, bro.
You also need to have more fun. I'll play with you a little if you like.
That's weird. That is weird.
Expect no praise. You did nothing but your duty.
Supposed to be our dad. This supposed to be mom?
Francis, well done. I'm sure your father wants to congratulate you.
Okay, let's carry on. See what we got next. Oh. There is.
I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to go with your parents yet. There is still something you need to do. Open that envelope.
Uh-oh. Accept. Take item.
What the deuce? There is still something you need to do. Open that envelope.
I should have grabbed the doll thingy.
Agent York.
Oh, we haven't saw this guy in a while.
How long have I been out?
A whole day, plus 10 hours or so. I wanted to challenge you to a game, but you were asleep.
Emily. Which room is Emily in?
Emily? What, she hurt too? She hasn't come into the hospital.
What? I told Kaysen to bring her here.
Kaysen? Well, Kaysen came. He's the one who brought you here. Which reminds me, he asked me to give you this.
What is it?
I don't know. He just asked me to hand it to you after you woke up. Anyway, you solved the case, right? Hey, do you want to play some chess?
Sorry. I'll have to take a rain check. I have an urgent issue I need to attend to.
Leading Edge? Wait, what's that? Was that on Steam? Uh-oh, we're missing something.
Zach, I have a bad feeling about this.
Uh-oh. Things not right, guys. Alright, well, we did save it. So Kaysen never brought Emily to the hospital? We got the key from Kaysen. Uh-oh, we're in the underworld. We got a map. V4 fighting game? I have to see if I installed it. I'll have to check. At least I'm not getting tires screeching.
Zach, I'm getting a really bad feeling about all this.
I truly believe George was the murderer that we were after, but killing him, of course, does not solve all the murders related to the Red Seeds. I do not know if what Harry said is true at all, but the answer to the mystery of those Red Seeds is here in this town. I'm sure of that. I failed as an FBI agent. I left Emily alone as I slept through an entire day.
Zach, I need you to pray with me. Pray that things have not gone too far.
Beta test on the 12th?
All you can do is go to the location written in Kaysen's letter.
Oh, are you talking about for the Bleeding Edge? Yeah, something's not right here, guys, but we're gonna go ahead and keep... Oh, what the... What was that? Whoa, 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 that was a big dog. I just saw that dog teleport. You cheating little son of a gun. I so saw that. It's teleporting to me. Oh. Okay. All right. Yeah, they are having another beta test on the 12/12. Oh, for the Bleeding Edge? Okay. So is there like an open beta? Am I gonna have to download something or what? I'm going the wrong way, guys. What's with this big dog chasing me, man? This car was in the air. Got it through the Xbox Insiders hub. Okay. For Xbox or Windows 10? Oh, my car is driving crazy. What the heck? Look at a big giant dog. Try to get inside. Cool. But I think you get it on PC. Okay. I'll have to check. Especially with space. If it's on Xbox, I'll probably just do Xbox.
George's house?
But I don't have the preview update on Xbox, so I might have to do one. What's going on here? Wow, this was George's house? Oh, weird. Okay.
This is most strange, Zach. I thought this story was all over. But it looks like there's something else before we get to see the ending.
Yeah, what's that? Maybe it is Harris all along. Let's save it first. Pretty sure I did it on PC. Edge. Check Windows. Oh, it's on Xbox Game Pass. Take a look around. Let's continue looking around. Let's see what it is she find. Ooh. Underneath. Huh. Oh, that's after it leads beta? Okay. This was The Wire. This was a crime scene. I think they blocked everything, or this is just the living. There's that stuffed deer. Save it again. Alright, so the beta is when? You said at 12? Man, what the heck is going on? We got the 12th, we got the 9th, we got the 10th, we got so much things coming up. Okay. Is it cross-play or no? Oh, it's empty. What the heck? Oh, what the? Ah, it's another one of these hold the doors again. Because it's on Windows 10, I'm gonna assume that it is. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and head down, guys. Look at this. What was inside? That's where
Zach, it looks like George really had a thing for Emily.
somebody's in there. If Emily knew about all this. Oh, the pictures are moving now. A noob Minecraft day, I know. I gotta do Minecraft again. It actually builds up a lot of views. I'm just not good at the game, but I enjoy it. I have fun playing. Whoa, what the heck? Is that the red seeds?
Meeting the mother is always a bad experience after killing the son.
How would you touch it? Oh, Kaysen.
Zach, look.
It wasn't a reverse peace mark.
Oh boy.
Red tree. Red tree.
Red tree. Kaysen. Forrest Kaysen.
Wow.
He's the one.
FK and the coffee. We knew this since the beginning. Wow.
Emily.
Say what? Holy macaroni. You don't even know how to play it? Yeah, I know. I feel you, JJ. I like something like the last time I was playing, I'm just like standing there like everybody's like building like gardens and like beautiful creative stuff. I'm just sitting there like I don't know what I'm just kind of building with cobblestone. I think this is it. So George and Kaysen. Right. Not bad that he can play it on your phone too. Can't believe what time. How long we've been live? Holy crap, almost hours? Some cutscenes we can't watch. $1956. Wait, what? Oh, this is the flashback.
There! Over there!
And it's the raincoat killer? What the? Jack Morgan? What? This is a big twist. I gotta go all the way out there. Wow, plot twist, right? Dude, this is crazy, bro. Like, what? This place is on fire. What the heck? cemetery music going on. Wow. How come I can't do like the kick, or he can only attack? That's all he has. Right. It's so crazy, but I like it. All right, we are the Raincoat Killer. Unbelievable. How the heck do I get over there? Seven. What am I supposed to do? Oh, I see. Look at the officers. This guy going after the town or what? Am I in a time limit here? Just sitting in a fire. Got some random rocks. Oh, we're going to the tower thingy. Oh, there went Thomas, right? Hey, is that Thomas the Train? Thomas the Train. Thomas, you're the guy who dressed like a woman and you're Thomas the Train? Wow. We're almost there, guys. Right. Like Thomas is like, stop it! No, that's not me. That's a different Thomas. That's crazy. Well, since these characters are playable, must be a way I can hack it to like always make them playable, right? Was I too late? What's going on? This is the town going crazy. Well, this is 1956, so we're getting a flashback of what happened. Okay, I think we're on a time limit now, guys. We're gonna have to hurry it up. Yards? I don't know if we're gonna make it, guys. I might be cutting it close. Well, this reminds you, when it's thunderstorming outside, guys, stay indoors. Feels like I'm walking into like the Walking Dead Waterbury or something. Or Sanctuary, Alexandria. Right, keeps dragging it. Uh-oh, he's like drawn to the tower though. The army soldiers. Oh, I knew it. Wow. Where it all started. The whole town?
Daddy, Mommy, and Grandpa. Everyone's acting strange.
It's okay.
Oh, even the guy that was working for Harris. Wow. He stabbed me. I'm the only one not affected by it.
Zach, the situation has gone way out of control. We need to get inside the theater.
Wow. So this is practically like a little flashback.
They're currently being controlled by an unknown force. Let's try not to hurt them if we can.
All this will affect how they are. So yeah, we probably don't want to hurt them. Yeah, let's just go inside. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. SpaghettiOs sounds pretty good. Shave real quick. The perfect time to do. Looking good. I'll cut myself, right? For the most part, we're good, but let's save it though. So the town's being overrun.
Open this door. There is no turning back. You still want to enter?
He owed me.
Very well then. Off you go, Mr. York.
The kid stabbed me with a scissors, though.
And finally you arrive, York.
George is dead. You've got nowhere left to run.
George! Oh, right, George. He was a funny one. I gave him a toy locket, and he was so impressed, so moved. But he wasn't very intelligent. He was born in this town, you see, and it took him too long to discover the Red Seeds. Binding down people with rules is a sign of small-mindedness, and that was what George represented in life.
That would be. Yeah, it would be.
I'm taking Emily.
Oh, but I can't allow that now, can I? York, you left her to me, in my care. Remember, I told you to come with us, didn't I? Must remember that. But you didn't come. You chose your job over the woman that you love.
Casey, this chit-chat is over.
Over?
Indeed it is. My fun with Emily ended just a moment ago. It was a fantastic moment.
Wow.
Like eating a full-course dinner that ends with the ultimate dessert.
She's gonna transform.
I fed her a fake story about my past, and she took in every word.
Cut out your nonsense. I told you, no more talk.
There you go, York. That's right. Feel the hate boiling from the bottom of your stomach. That's what makes little men create such great and amazing history. Just like tiny ants that make giant ant hills.
Really? What was that, Jay? Something's gonna happen to Emily.
You know, I just had dessert, and yet I'm already hungry again. No wonder why I keep failing at keeping a diet.
Kaysen, stop. The next one will pierce you between your eyes.
York.
Emily, it's me. I'm here. Don't worry. Everything will be fine now.
York? Is that you?
Fine.
Oh, thank God. York.
Emily, no. That isn't me.
York. York. Oh.
Wow.
Emily!
York. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Emily. Hurry, come over here. We need to get you to the hospital.
I can't. I can't go to you. I've been soiled.
No, that's not true. You have a
Did
heart.
he plant her? What?
No matter what happens to your body, you are still yourself.
York.
Wow.
Oh, didn't I tell you? Getting these saplings to sprout requires a certain technique.
You still haven't shot him yet?
What do you think? Artistic, isn't it? It's like a surrealistic painting.
Wow.
York. Shoot me.
Emily?
Let me die. Please. York.
Maybe we could save her, take the plant out. He's suffering. Can't do it.
Zach, what should I do?
I'm gonna wait a second just in case, because sometimes the loading. Ay. Alright, well, let's let that load. Give me 1 second, guys.
Hey, Zach. It's okay. I'm here. I'm with you. I'll be with you always. We can get through this together. Who are you? My name is York. Me and you will always be together. Okay, Zach? I'm you, and you are me. Now, give me your hand.
I remember. I traded places with York. York, the other me. My other personality.
Zach, please. Please shoot. Kill me.
York, what should I do? Tell me what to do, York. Zach, you have to decide for yourself what you must do.
I'll be with you no matter what you decide. Don't worry. You don't deserve to live.
I don't deserve to live. Well, unfortunately, I've always been more than human. I'm a messenger of the Red Tree, a citizen from the Red World.
That's enough, Kaysen.
Zach, you made the wrong choice.
But don't give up. Think carefully. Father's words will guide us.
Now again, focus on reality, Zach.
Zach!
Is it really muted? My bad. I'm sorry, guys.
Shoot! Kill me!
York, what should I do? Tell me what to do, York. Zach, you have to decide for yourself what you must do.
I'll be with you no matter what you decide. Don't worry.
Aim at Kaysen, that was useless. Point gun at own head. Point gun at Emily. So pretty much, I think we're gonna have to take out Emily. Because it seems like he wants to protect the tree. Just to be smart about it, let me try something.
Emily, I can't shoot you.
Like father, like son, taking the same path. And to think York went through all that pain to get you out of the Red Room that you were stuck in all this time.
Zach! No!
So he controls me.
Emily, we only had a short time together, but I'm glad to have met you. Goodbye.
I felt like that was the wrong choice. Yep, it was the wrong choice. Okay, so we got to take out Emily.
Zach, you made the wrong choice.
But don't give up. Think carefully. Father's words will guide us.
Now again, focus on reality, Zach.
Oh, we were York? Zach was the original person.
Zach, please shoot. Kill me.
York, what should I do? Tell me what to do, York.
Zach, you have to decide for yourself what you must do. I'll be with you no matter what you decide. Don't worry.
All right, Emily. Goodbye.
There are some things in this world that must be extracted, no matter what. Even if that means losing someone that you love.
How many times have you heard that already? Missed.
I can't. I can't do it. I can't kill Emily.
I'm sorry, Zach.
Hello, Kelso.
Stop. Emily!
Ladies and gentlemen, and now the grand finale.
What the deuce?
Emily, what have you done?
Zach, I wasn't used as soil at all.
You're beautiful. Most beautiful person I've ever seen.
Thank you, Zach. I wanted to be with you.
Oh, they're all there now.
Emily, no. You aren't supposed to go over there. That's not the way. Come back, Emily.
York and Zach. Finally, I understand. You two really are best friends. I'm a little jealous.
Hey, stand up, Zach. It's up to you now.
Emily, I finally got to meet you face to face. But you had to go with York, didn't you? He always gets the girl. He's a good guy. You see that too, right? He kept talking to me and ended up pulling me back out of that room. I'm sure he'll make you very happy.
Why did you bring Zack back? Who the hell are you two? How did you get out of the Red Room?
Uh-oh. And here's another one. Oh no, another Dragon Ball Z character. Super Saiyan? This is gonna be fun. Here goes another big boss fight. This one's probably gonna drive me mad. Poor Emily.
It's showtime!
Okay, so he's wow, his arm stretches and everything too.
Zack,
Emily! No! Okay, hold on, let's get him, let's get him.
What was that, Zack?
I don't think so, buddy. Come on, why are you jumping like Donkey Kong over there? I got you. Here you go, down on the ground. Takes a lot of hits. Oh, what the?
You fool!
Holy mackerel! What the hell is that? Reminds me of the big character from Tekken. I don't think so. Come on, we got Zack in the house now. Hyping it up. This guy can really move, can't he? Shoot you right in the cheeks. Now going back to the Red Room. No. But that's why everybody's having different persons. He's probably got a couple more hits in him.
What was that, Zack?
There you go, he fell. Got the way, blow! Okay, so he just fell out of the ground. Get him, get him. Come on. Come on. Okay, there he goes. This guy takes a lot of hits. Okay, he keeps diving up, but I'm shooting him. Right? Oh, what the?
It's showtime! Zack, go back to the room.
Need to reload. Shoot him up, guys. Right there. Right there. Oh, some parts he's like made out of metal or something? What the heck? Okay, guys, let's get him. But he tried to give George like the same powers he has right now. That's what's going on here.
What was that, Zack?
Got him. Oh! He's almost down and out, guys. Almost down and out. It reminds me of like Willy Wonka when the girl ate the blueberry gum.
Zack, go back to the room.
I'm not going back to the Red Room. You go back to the Red Room. Why do I gotta go back?
What was that?
You heard what I said.
should have just stayed in there,
wait.
Zack.
You know what? Can I use items while we're here? I think I can. Here we go. I'm not staying nowhere because I'm taking you out right now. Nope. Not now, buddy. You're down on the ground. Let's get a shot on you. Got him. He wasn't as hard as the other guy, though. What's up, Zack? Oh, look at this guy. It's like somebody from a movie.
Could have stayed hidden in the White Room. Just like that senile old man.
Oh, the hairy guy.
Humans are so foolish. So foolish. There's nothing to compare. With one whiff of that gas I made from the seeds, they'd happily kill each other. Even their neighbors, even the ones they love. Not much compared to the full effects of the seeds themselves, but I still got a really good laugh out of it. Anyway, I think we've had enough fun for today. But I really don't like having to exercise.
Oh gosh, what is he doing now? What the heck is that? We're in big trouble, folks. Okay. Big room, big boss. This is going to be fun. Phase 2, let's go. And I made it to that room.
How far you can run?
Oh boy, we're out of here, guys. Look at him coming. Oh no, he's coming after me. Oh, see this.
I'll squash you like a frog. I'm not done with you yet.
I don't think so, bro. I don't think so. Games like these will break your keyboard. I don't think it matters how fast you type it. Same thing, really. Wow, FQ? What the? These are hard to do.
I'll squash you like a frog. I'm not done with you yet.
Well, you don't have to be done with me with whatever, but I'm out of here. Go, 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 go. Phase 2, big is an understatement, right? So this Brown doesn't seem like we could do much to him.
I'll squash
but
you.
He is chasing us, guys. Kind of quick.
I'll squash you like a frog.
Okay. I got this. My fingers are hurting. My fingers hurt.
There's no time.
Oh, he got me. He got a hit on me, but it didn't do much damage. Yeah, I need a macro for FQ and a macro for AD. See how that was ER? So it's FQ and ER. Whoa! How long do I have to do this for? Why am I going down? Here we go. Jeez. Oh, my hand hurts. CK, baby. Probably much easier on a controller. Nah, we're not there. He's gonna come back. Watch.
Emily, I will avenge your death. Just a moment longer. I'll buy you a new dress to make up for all the pain I've caused you. The dress you wore when you came to my hotel room didn't seem to fit you right.
Yeah, I knew that was too good to be true. I guess phase 3 or still phase 2, but now we're gonna fight. What the? Wow. So he's back sort of like his human form, but just larger. Oh, he loved his dog. Where's his dog at? Oh, we're in big trouble.
I've been meaning to tell you this. You're one crazy guy.
Take this and die! You better watch them. Come on, I'm right here. And you thought you could figure me out? What's wrong, sir? You can help. Take this and die!
I gotta shoot that little thing, really? Oh, so it didn't destroy him.
Take this and die!
Yeah, I wish I would have had the Magnum. Got him. Come on, just a little more, guys.
Take this and die!
Now I wish I had the machine gun or the AR or the Magnum, but here I am using this beginner pistol because
Why, you...
This is all I have.
Take this and die!
One angry man.
Why, you...
Alright, it's okay. We got him at 50% health, guys. We're gonna go ahead and take him out right now. A little more.
You'd be better off in that room.
You laughing at me, bro? You laughing at me? Alright, Kaysen, come on. How did I give Kaysen to Emily, though? That was a big mistake. I mean, him carrying a plant the whole game was kind of suspicious.
Take this and die!
Oh, back it up.
Pain! What's this pain?
Oh, you never felt pain before? Reminds me of Bloody Bastard from Austin Powers.
So there you are. Take this and die!
We need to pause it real quick. We need to use an item. Yeah, I don't know where his dog went, but maybe it was all just a cover-up.
Why, you...
Right, he's almost down and out, though, guys. His health is down pretty low. Come on, a little more, a little more.
Take this and die!
Back it up. He's not too hard, really.
Pain! What's this pain?
Pain! Pain! Come on, give me your hand.
Pain! What's this pain?
I'm gonna show you more pain. One pain at a time. You're gonna need some Tylenol when I'm done with you, bro. Oh gosh, back it up. Alright, time to finish you off.
Why, you...
That's it, he's practically done for. It's somewhere. Where did he stuff it? It's got to be in his pocket. I don't get it. When he threw his hand down, maybe that was my chance to hit whatever's in his pocket.
You're an annoying little bug.
All right, let him do his thing again.
This is the
Oh, really? Oh.
What the?
Got it. He tried to hide it. You saw that? Oh my gosh. What the? Shoot the eyeball.
It's because you don't understand humans.
Uh-oh. There he goes. That's a good exit scene. It's because he has a gun, bro. That's bad. What's gonna happen to the town?
Emily, York tries not to show it, but he's pretty shy. Don't wait for him to propose. Just ask him to marry you.
Yay!
Hmm?
We did it. Zach Moore. That's it, guys. I mean, the only thing I can think about is Harris is probably the only one alive in the town because everybody went berserk. Even the guy. Okay, before I start that next round, though. What do I do now? Like, what about all the officers that are at the department? Like, none of them were ever to be seen in this game, to be honest. But now they probably all just transform. Remember that picture. Of course, we go to Harry's mansion.
You're fired! Are you leaving today?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Zack, that story I told you the other day, did you believe any of it?
The fact of the matter is that I couldn't save Emily. So it really doesn't matter whether I believed you or not.
I'm very sorry about her. There's something mysterious about that picture. There's a calming beauty to it, and yet it exudes sadness.
Harry, I have a few questions for you.
About what, Zack?
Your last name isn't really Stewart, is it?
That is correct. It's really Woodman. Harry Woodman. George was my son.
You were there in the White Room when I was there. Why?
The same reason as your father. Long, long ago, I too was unable to shoot my wife. What's worse is that I was also unable to kill myself. Which is why I lost both. The woman I loved and my son. My wife suffered from a mental illness, but I still loved her. I wanted to save George too, if I could. Everything was my fault. If only I had the courage to make the right decision, Emily and the other girls would not have died. But you have put an end to all of that.
I wonder if they are happy.
Zack, no need to worry about that. York will guide Emily and the other girls into the forest.
Such a weird story. See how his servant's not there no more? I knew he transferred. That's it, guys. I think we beat it. They're alive.
I heard you're leaving.
There's the dog. What? So the dog was just a cover-up, maybe? Or the dog the next seed? Why is his hat flickering?
That's right.
It's a shame about Emily, and the other girls too.
How are Isaac and
Hey,
Isaiah?
hopefully it's pretty good. We'll see how they do with chapter 1.
Oh, they're fine. They still don't think the girls are dead.
Well, that's good. They think they're goddesses.
Give it to him yourself. He's right next to you.
Oh, okay. I understand. We'll do it for you.
Emily kind of told us to give this to you.
Emily said it's a present for Zack.
Thank you. Where did you get this?
Emily asked us to give it to you. See? She's over there.
There's another Zack there too. You're twins, just like us.
Emily couldn't give it to you herself. She said she's too embarrassed. So, she asked us to hand it to you.
Emily really likes you, Zack. She really likes you.
No, she doesn't. Not me. She really likes that guy York, the guy you see standing next to her.
Anyways, you two. Be nice to the girls, okay? And they'll be nice to you.
We don't like girls.
Girls are boring.
Gotta love him. Just full of energy.
Emily, York, sounds like you're both doing fine. I feel better about you two now. And hey, York, I figured out why George carried Anna's body all the way into the woods.
It was for them. He wanted Isaac and Isaiah to find her.
Mr. Francis Zach Morgan, if you are finished, if you are, please, let us return to the car.
No need for that. You can go home. I want to take a look around more.
Very well, then. I'm sure Mr. Stewart will approve of that.
Ah, thank you, Michael.
Okay, I guess we're not done. I'm gonna go ahead and take this car real quick.
York, can you hear me? I'm a little jealous.
I'm all alone on this side now.
But don't worry, York.
I've had it easy for so long having you with me. I need to get used to being on my own.
Right? Doesn't it sound like Need for Speed music? Remember, like when you're like choosing a car or something or racing? That's what it sounds like to me. Yeah, the racing car games, yeah, definitely. That's what it definitely sounds like. I agree. Like they're saying, Caliente. That's what it sounded like, right? And it just like repeats itself. I think we're leaving the map. So I guess...
One more thing, York. I hope things are going well with Emily.
You've always been horrible with women. I gave you tons of advice during your last relationship, and you ignored all of it. I'm sure Emily will take the lead. Just don't fight her. Let her steer you in the right direction.
That's a hotel. Even the arcade racing games, oh my god. Those were fun. I think they're still fun.
York, tonight I'm going to sleep like a baby. Zach, it's over. All finished. It's time for you to leave town. Are you ready to go?
So there's things that I can do, but I think we're just gonna click yes, I'm ready.
Then this is goodbye, Zach. Thank you for everything. Good night, Zach. And sleep tight.
Did Emily die?
No. She became the goddess of the forest. Even now, she is still in the forest with York. She watches over the world from there.
Emily became a goddess.
That's right. Isn't that a lovely ending?
Hey, Grandpa, can I ask you something? What kind of person is York?
York is a real nice guy. He's been a good friend of mine since I was small.
Like Mr. Teddy?
Yes, just like Mr. Teddy. A very important friend.
Emily! It's almost time for dinner! Take your grandfather's dinner up to him, will you?
Yes, Mom!
How's your grandfather doing?
I don't know. He's calling me Emily again.
Oh dear, he must be losing his memory. You are Louise, honey. Michelle Louise Morgan. Not Emily. You know that, right?
I know my own name, Mom.
I know you do, baby. You're just so lovely, Louise. I'm sure that's why your grandfather mixes you up with a goddess.
Wow.
Mom, where is the goddess?
I don't know, dear. I'm not much like your grandfather.
Is there even such a thing as a goddess?
I believe so, but I've never met one.
Mom, you're so pretty. You look like a goddess.
Oh, thank you, honey. If I am a goddess, then you are an angel.
Okay. Gotta skip that.
Zack, it's great to see you again. How many years has it been? I've been close to you the whole time. You probably couldn't see me, but you felt my presence nearby, right, Zack? I never thought you'd get married and have a family. Quite a surprise. I spent years honing my profiling skills, but I never saw that one coming. That's what makes humans so interesting. And that's why I just can't leave you guys alone. More than anything else. Seeing you look so happy is the best thing I could ever ask for. Anyway, Zack, did you see the newspaper today? As it turns out, over the last 3 months, there's been a string of bizarre incidents near New Orleans. Residents there are reporting a sudden strike of nausea, and then they completely lose control of their bodies. Some have already had 2 months of only being able to walk backwards. Does that make you feel anything? It makes me feel something. I know you feel it too, Zack.
So when do we leave? Oh, I didn't get to choose.
Okay, Zack. I thought that's what you'd say.
Wait, it hurt my mic?
It's time to wake up, Zack.
What? I got 376 enemies. The total amount of days is 19. Review 6 continues. It's not bad. It took me 14 hours and 53 minutes. Now, you have to understand there was a lot of AFK, some AFK involved with that. So, what do I have for add-ons now? What's up, Joshua? Hi guys, we beat Deadly Premonition. Wow, we actually beat it. Oh, okay. Woo. That was bugs, man. The bugs in this game drove me crazy. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I gotta think, guys. I gotta think. First of all, I want to thank you guys for watching Deadly Premonitions with me here. In 9 episodes it took us to finish this game. 9 9 total episodes, guys. Is on the 12, so I guess I'll be uninstalling this game. This will free up a little bit of space, and then we still have some more we need to finish.